to say again that I'm here on behalf of Cullen, who can't be here, although I see Renee has come in to join us. So if you have specific questions about that department, she can answer far better than I can.
And I do apologize. I'm going to have to be in and out during our.
All right. We'll write down the questions if there's anything for you that I can't answer. All right. I'm here today to talk about the work we're doing in the Public Safety Communications Department to upgrade their systems. We normally, let me go ahead and go to the agenda here. We're not at the beginning. There we go. There's the agenda. Now, what I want to talk to you today first is about the 911 system, which is the phone system, which we're in the middle of upgrading. We actually went live on it yesterday. So I'll be talking about that, how we selected it, how the project went, and what we're going to be gaining from this new technology that we just went up to. And then I'll be talking to you about the CAD and mobile systems, which we will be replacing starting next year. And that will heavily involve all the municipalities because all of you use that mobile system. So you'll be heavily involved in that project. All right, as promised, I'll start with the 911 system. About a year ago, back in spring and summer of 2014, we started gathering the requirements of what we needed for a new phone system. And I actually don't even want to call it a phone system anymore. We have to start calling it a communication system, because it does more than just what a phone system can do. We've really moved into the next generation. We pulled together a requirements team from Public Safety Communications and from Technology Services within Brown County. We put together all of our needs and wants for a system before we started shopping for one. Once we had those documented, then we were able to use that to build an RFP. And an RFP is a request for proposal, and at Brown County, it's a very formal process. It's led by the purchasing department, and it's done that way in order to keep everything very standard. Make sure that we don't discriminate against any vendors. Make sure nobody's getting any preferential treatment. Everything is fair and on the up and up. So we went through that process, posted the official RFP in July of 2014. We gave them a couple of months to respond, and we got our responses in October. And then we took a couple of months to go through those responses because they were giant. It's a lot of reading for the selection team to go through, a lot of material to cover, and it's a really important decision. That's a big monetary investment for the county. And so we took our time reading those proposals, scoring them, and then we picked our finalists. We brought 3 finalists in for demonstrations, and then we scored those demonstrations, and then we checked references on all 3. And then from that, we finally made a decision. And the RFP for the 911 system was awarded to Baycom. They are a reseller of the Vesta system. Vesta is made by a company called Airbus. Airbus has changed, or the name of that company has changed several times. You might be more familiar with it as Plant CML or Casidian, and there were several names before that. Today, they're called Airbus. I had a little laugh yesterday as the technicians were here. They were all wearing shirts that said Homa Vesta. They didn't have their company name on it because it's changed so often. They don't want to change their shirts. All right, we cut over yesterday. We went live on the new 911 system yesterday. We've still got some kinks we're working through. That's why Renee is going to be in and out of the room today. But we're live on the new system, and I think things are going okay. All right, what are we gaining from putting in this expensive 911 system? So the Vesta system that we put in is, we're gaining 2 major things. Number 1 is going to be geodiverse, and I'll explain what that means. And number two, we are now have next generation capabilities, and I'll explain that too. For GeoDiverse, we now have 2 communication centers. One is here that you're used to in the primary one here in this building. And we now have a backup center at the Austin Straubel Airport. It is live. If anybody went in there today and signed in, they could take 911 calls and admin calls. Okay, so we don't have to switch over. There's none of this failover and switching things to Outagamie for a little while and all that. We actually have 2 locations, and that's why it's called GeoDiverse. The other thing we're gaining is we split where our servers are, and this is for safety. We have a server in this building running the 911 system. If it ever fails, there's a second identical server downtown Green Bay that will pick up immediately. The users will never even notice. It will switch over so fast. And so that's another feature of upgrading our system. We didn't have that security before. We had everything in this building. So if anything, we had a flood downstairs or something, that would have knocked the 911 system out. We don't have that problem anymore because of the dual servers. The other thing we split up is the phone lines. It used to be all the phone lines for admin and for 911 calls all came into this building. Now we've split them. So half the 911 lines come into this building and half are going in downtown Green Bay. Once again, just in case something happens to one or the other end, we'll still be up. Admin lines, we still have more admin lines coming into this building, but we have a good number of them downtown, and the way they roll, lines should never be missed. Calls should always be answered. Okay? We were able to do all of this because we have this fiber optic network. So the speed when you're logging in at the airport versus logging in here versus logging in downtown, the user can't even tell the difference. Computer speeds are, well, basically the speed of light. So that's why we can have these GeoDiverse systems now and have really good response time on the system. Now let's talk about the next generation 911 capabilities. That's the stuff that you guys will be a lot more interested in. When we talk about next generation 911, the definition I found on the internet, so it must be true, is IP-based system that allows digital information to flow from the public through the 911 network and to the emergency responders. And we don't have to send it all the way through. We can stop at the 911 network, but we do have the capability of sending things through right to the emergency responders now. And when I talk about digital information, more than just the old telephone system now, not just voice. We do have voice, but we can also send photos, text messages, or video. And we're not ready for all of it yet, but we now have positioned ourselves with a system that can handle all of that. That's what next generation means. So someone can text to 911 when we get this set up and get a response from a dispatch or from a call taker, just like they would if they made a phone call. So I'm, in my mind that watches way too much TV, I'm picturing somebody texting and saying, someone has broken into my house and I can't talk out loud because they're in the room and I'm hiding in the closet. Okay, I watch way too much TV. But that's the capability that we're going to have. We're hoping that if the public calls and says there's a really big fire and they take a photo of it, they could send that to the dispatcher, and the dispatcher could send that on to the fire department that's being dispatched. So they can see what kind of fire they're going through. On the other hand, the information can come back as well. So if a police officer has a body cam on and they want to send that video back to the dispatcher, they can. We are now positioned to do that kind of thing. We don't have all of the architecture in yet, but we have a 911 system that can handle it. Okay? We aren't going to implement every piece of this right away either. We need to wait until the first responder agencies can catch up to us on the technology. We need to increase the throughput between the 911 center and those field units. Your old modems aren't going to be able to do it. So, things that we do tend to intend to expand soon. Number one is the voice recording capability. As you know, we already have a system that records those 911 calls, and you guys can request copies of those right now. We will be expanding that, so in the backup center, we'll be recording not only the line, but also the console station, just a backup, so we have two. Right now, our system can't do that. It wasn't set up to be geodiverse, but in the next month or so, we will make it geodiverse. This is going to, as I said, allow those recordings at both places, and it will be recording both the line and the console at both communication centers. And as a side note, once we do that, I've been told that it's going to make it easier for our agencies to request the recordings that they want. I don't know the technicalities about that, and I will go through that with you guys as we get into this further, into the recording system, and we'll let you guys know, because some of the agencies have been asking for these recordings, and I think we're going to be able to do that easier once we change this architecture. Okay.
Just to hit on that, I think one of the problems that we're running into as part of my role is open records requests are all running more and more open records requests, and that's really what's meeting that need. A lot of our legal counsels in the area for people are requesting everything every time an incident occurs. They're requesting everything from the CAD documents to the voice recordings to whatever exists. That's part of the situation that we're running into now. To make that process smoother will be a good thing.
Great. I'm just going to repeat that because I'm closer to the microphone, and I'll summarize. Keith and I said that the reason for the requests for the voice recordings increasing is requests for information, for the freedom of information, and this is just going to make that a lot easier to make those, to fulfill those requests. Okay, the first next generation 911 capability we plan to implement is what they call text to 911, and I alluded to that earlier, where the public will be able to send a text, it will get to the 911 center, the call taker can respond, and they can have a text conversation and dispatch using text. We plan to implement that, I'm guessing, within the first half of 2016. And the reason I'm being a little vague on that is twofold. The first is this is such a new technology that the vendor didn't have it implemented or integrated into their application until about 3 days ago. And all of the 911 systems are in that boat. This is so new that it's just going out in their latest version. As usual, we don't like to implement things that are brand new. We'll let somebody else work out the kinks, and we'll wait a few months and put it in here. And the second reason that we don't really want to put in text to 911 yet is we just implemented this new 911 system. Let's let our call takers get used to the new system before we go throwing texts at them as well. So I'm sure we'll have it up by June, probably before that. But that's all I'm promising so far. All right, now let's talk about what VESTA is going to have as an effect on the emergency responder agencies. We need you to keep in mind that now we have this very vigorous, capable system, capable of really neat new technology, but you guys are going to have to upgrade your systems to keep up. Now, we're not going to move ahead on things that you're not ready for, that you don't even want. But if somebody starts wanting to send photos to their SWAT cars, for example, we need to be ready on our end, and you guys need to start getting ready on your end. The next presentation is going to be about basically increasing the pipe size between your station or our 911 center and your squads to make data transfer a lot faster and a lot more reliable. That's what it's going to take in order to have large files like photos come across. So you need to start thinking about that. There's not a rush. You don't have to quick throw it into your budget this year. You might want to start thinking about it for next year's budget. Increasing, that would be updating your modems. Especially those agencies that are still using radio modems. They are not going to be able to use this new technology. Okay, now I'm going to switch over and start talking about the CAD and mobile systems. The system selection process was very similar to what we did with 911, although we included input from a lot of municipalities because you guys are the ones who are the users of those mobile systems. So, once again, we put together a requirements team to document those requirements before we started shopping for the system. We had representatives from the Public Safety Communications Department, Technology Services, and the Sheriff's Office from Brown County. But we also included Green Bay Police Department, Green Bay Metro Fire Department, De Pere Police, Ashwaubenon Public Safety, and the Howard Fire Department. We actually asked Wrightstown Police to join us, and he just wasn't able to give us the time. And we actually asked one of the board members to help us with this, and he also was not able to commit the time. But we wanted to make this a very up and up process for picking a new CAD and mobile system. We didn't want any favoritism to agencies that are using a certain RMS and a different RMS. We wanted to keep it on an even keel, really judge the CAD and mobile on what they can give us, not compatibility to the systems we already have. We finished our business needs assessment in June, and we released our RFP in July of 2014. Received those responses back in October, and this was all at the same time that the 911 RFP was going on. We went through the same vendor selection criteria where we scored those. Ooh, we're getting some feedback. I'll stop for a minute. All right. We scored the RFPs, chose the last 3 finalists, had those 3 finalists come in and give us demonstrations of their systems, and we scored those demos, and we checked references, and then we finally did a final score on them, and we awarded the RFP to a company called Arconics, which is a subsidiary of Securus, and from what I'm hearing is the name is pretty soon just going to be Securus. So that's who our new CAD and mobile vendor is going to be. I put together an estimated timeline for the implementation of the CAD and mobile, but I definitely want to stress that this is my estimate. I have not worked with the vendor yet because we're not done with the contract negotiation. So this timeline is based on my experience in putting in other systems here at the county. And so it could change. I am figuring that we'll finish the contract negotiation probably in November, possibly it might go into December. We have the server configuration scheduled in technology services for January. The software, I assume, will be installed. That would be the vendor installing it onto those new servers in February. And then probably as soon as possible after we get that system installed, we'll start training the people who are going to be working on the project to configure the system. So that's the system admin training, and I have that also in February. The system configuration is going to take a number of months. That's because, number one, we have two systems here, a CAD system and a mobile system. And the neat thing about this mobile system is each agency can configure it to fit their agency's needs. They don't all have to look alike anymore. You could have some features that one agency wants, another agency doesn't want those features, they can block them. So that's a really good thing for you guys in the end, but it's going to make this project more complex. I'm going to need more input from all the municipality agencies. The next thing that will be tackled is the legacy data. We're going to be taking data out of the current CAD system and converting it and moving it to the new system. We're not going to take every single thing in there because I don't believe we ever cleaned it out and archived data in there. But we will be taking a significant amount of history and moving it to the new system. We have quite a number of interfaces we're going to be putting in, and I'm guessing that that is also going to take a good 3 months to put together. On the next slide, I'll be showing you some of those interfaces, but just at a high level, we're going to have interfaces to your RMS systems. We'll have interfaces to at least 2 state systems that I'm aware of. And of course, we have an interface to the CAD, or the 911 system. There's a lot of interfaces in this thing. I'm guessing that as we start testing this thing, we're going to be changing the configuration. Once you start actually playing with it, you say, oh, I really don't like the way that looks, and you're going to go change it. So there's a few more months of testing and configuration that's going to go on. That will take us through October of 2016. Next thing I can foresee is training the trainer. Now, for CAD in the PSC, we plan on having each user trained by the vendor trainer, but we are not going to be able to do that for all the mobile users. So for mobile, on our rollout, we'll have a trainer for each agency trained in this Train the Trainer. And then you guys can change your training to fit your agency and roll it out to your officers as you see fit. So Train the Trainer in October. We'll give the trainers time to put together their documentation and configure it for your agency in November. Then I am guessing that we will have user training in the December to January time frame. And it's, once again, this is a really big rollout. There's a lot of users to train. It's going to take a long time to get everybody trained. I am picturing that we will have to have some labs somewhere set up so that people who are trained early can go into the lab and play on the system and keep their new knowledge up by the time we go live, just because we have so many people to train. We did that with the RMS implementation, had a lab open that they could go in and practice, and I think that worked pretty well. So we'll try to work something like that out for the mobile as well. So I am estimating that we will be live on CAD and mobile in February of 2017. And once again, this is my estimate based on the experience of putting in other systems here. This could change once I start talking to the vendor and learning more about their process and their systems. So, when I said that new technology, you have time to budget, we won't have some of this new stuff until next, or 2017, so you do have time to upgrade those modems if you want to.
I'd like to know if they're repaired in
I'm not even going to bother repeating that for the recording. All right, what are we gaining with the secure CAD and mobile systems? I wanted to at least list the interfaces with RMSs that we have requested. And if any of the fire folks that listen to this recording remember getting a phone call from some strange woman who said she was from Technology Services at Brown County back in the summer of 2014, that was me. I was trying to do research to make sure that we found out about every RMS that was used in the county because we wanted to be fair and interface with every single one of them. We didn't want to just interface with the large agencies, RMSs. So what we came up with is for fire, we're going to interface with emergency reporting, Firehouse, and image trim. For police, we're going to interface with GURP, with Phoenix Police RMS, and with the TIPS records systems. Okay? Now, what else are you guys going to gain from this new mobile? There are far more things that I could ever list in a slide, but I put some of the heavy hitters on here. First one is improved map capabilities in the mobile. If you have, and this is once again, if you have the nice modem, a new modem, and I just want to stress, we bought a mobile that will work with the old radio modems, but you won't get any of the new capabilities. It'll be similar to what you have today. But if you want the new enhanced capabilities, you need to get the new modem that will move things a lot faster and you get a lot of data through. So, improved map capabilities. You're going to be able to see your unit on a map on the screen in your unit, which I believe that fire can see maps today, but law enforcement cannot. So that'll be a big improvement for law enforcement. They'll be able to see their units, and they'll be able to see the location where they're being dispatched. And it will show the line on how to get there. They can zoom in and zoom out so they can see more detail in that area, or they can zoom out, and it has the capability of showing all the units from that agency. So they can see where everybody else is in location to that event location. Once again, I think that was a big interest for the law enforcement folks and not as much for the fire folks. But big improvement over what we have today, which is no maps in the law enforcement vehicles. Okay, another thing that I've already mentioned is that these mobiles can be configured for each agency. And you don't have to configure these. You can leave them in the default, way they come from the vendor, but you have the capability of setting these up so that your officers have exactly the buttons you want them to have, no more buttons. But with these new mobile systems, you can do virtually everything in the mobile that you can do in the CAD system, unlike the old mobiles, which were kind of limited. And so the sky's the limit on what you guys could set up for your folks to use in the field. That may be really exciting for you, that may not be exciting for you, and that's where you can make the decision as to what technology you want to improve in your agency to make these systems work. What Brown County is trying to do is position ourselves to have a really robust next generation system so that you can use the features you want. We're not going to force the features on anybody. But if you want them, we're going to have the capability to deliver them. Another hot item was the auto refresh real-time transmission. So as the emergency responder types something into the system, the dispatcher can see it. And if the dispatcher types something into the system, the emergency responder can see it. There's no hitting a refresh button to see if anybody typed anything in the last few minutes. It's just there. Of course, that depends on your connectivity with your modem. Once again, I would stress you might want to upgrade those modems, but you don't have to. Our system will work with the older radio modems.
From what I understand, the air cards that some of the departments have right now, will work with this as well.
It will. I don't know if those have the reliability. Oh, I better repeat that. Renee just asked if the cellular modems that are in a lot of the squads today will work with this. They definitely will. But I know that there has been issues with those where there's dead spots or speed changes have been an issue where you get into a spot where it's 4G versus 3G versus something else. Sometimes those modems don't switch very well. Our next presentation is going to go over technology that is better than that. And that would make this kind of thing much more reliable. But I still think just this upgrade into mobile is going to be a big improvement for you, even if you stick with the old modem. I had mentioned before that virtually all the functions that can be done in the CAD can be done on the mobile. So it's up to you guys to configure it to give your first responders the capabilities you want them to have, and you can block out capabilities you don't want them to be messing with out in the field. There we go. All right, in conclusion, I just wanted to say that Brown County is now positioned for next generation capabilities, which is once again sending more than just voice from the public to the dispatcher, and then the dispatcher being able to talk to the first responders. We're increasing that capability, and in the future we'll be able to do photos and maybe even videos if we can get the bandwidth wide enough. There's time to plan ahead for budgets 2017 and forward to upgrade the computer equipment in the vehicles. We just wanted to give you guys that heads up as soon as we could that the capabilities at Brown County are now here, and it's up to you guys if you want to upgrade your vehicle so that you can take advantage of these new next generation capabilities. Any questions? Francis has a question.
You just mentioned the radio modems would work with the new CAD system. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. They won't get any enhanced features. It will look very similar to today.
Just CAD though. You're not going to be able to send any of the information like photos, videos, or anything like that?
That's correct. No photos, no mapping. If there is a map, it'll be very rudimentary. Any other questions? All right. How'd I do on time?
Good.
Pretty good.
Almost exactly a half hour. And we're still 15 minutes ahead of schedule. Do we want to take a break or keep a 5-minute break? All right, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and I'm going to mess around with the electronics here a little bit while we're doing that.
Do you know,
What?
do you know what kind of pieces are delivering?
We could check with Laura. I don't know. Or maybe we could just call Kathy to find out when the pizzas are coming.
Oh, me too. Like my baby.
Yeah, but what time?
You don't want me anymore?
No. We had a meeting so long, I was seeing.
Yeah, really. Maybe in July or January, February. We really haven't done a lot of organizational training. Higher eds.
Wow, congratulations.
Yeah, you know, I think
Congratulations, I think. Sounds like you're a little worried after the first one, huh?
Yeah. There was just. That's the plan, the group that came in at the time was.
It probably depends on the personality of the kid.
Yeah.
Some of his concerns, he called me yesterday, had to do with, and I'm not sure you got this information, but he asked about, closest units to Century. And he, I guess, Dominion has several contracts for
Welcome to WebEx. Enter your access code or meeting number followed by pound. Enter your attendee ID number.
And whatnot. They, we did not test them. We didn't feel that, what's the right word here? The serviceability was there for those, both the Cradle Point and the Motorola. We have people, representatives locally that are willing to take on these devices and provide service for them. Please feel free to jump in if you got any questions on this.
Want to take a look at these devices here?
We'll go over them here. One of the big things that we were looking at here is obviously the ruggedization of these different devices. I'll let Francis explain a little bit how these devices are designed and whatnot. He's the expert on that.
Sure. So both the Cradle Point and the Motorola modem are both fully rugged modems. They have excellent resistance to shock, vibration, dust resistance, splash proof. They're not completely waterproof. You can't submerge them, but if you get wet, they won't kill them right away. Humidity as well, because we know those trunks in the summertime and springtime they get humid. Some of the other features we had that come with these things, as far as the voltage range. The Cradle Point has a really large threshold on voltage. It'll operate all the way down to 9 volts. So even if your car won't start, the Cradle Point should still be working. You should still be able to get communication out. And if you get a surge in the car, it won't fry that. It'll go all the way up to 36 volts. Temperature-wise, these things have a pretty good temperature threshold. We believe it's somewhere around negative 20 degrees they will operate at. Don't anticipate the trunk being negative 20 degrees in our squad cars. I don't know how many vehicles are left outside. They should have heaters in them, so when you do start the car up, the modem might not fire up if it is left outside, but it will warm up and it will start, and it will just take a minute. I don't know if any of you had experiences with any of the Panasonic Toughbooks at all, but when you turn one of those on and it's been left outside in the cold, it'll tell you, hey, I'm frozen. I'm going to take a minute to heat up, and it'll just display that on the screen, and after a little bit, it'll just kick in. These things come with all kinds of different options as far as antennas. We have hidden antennas, mag mount antennas, low profile antennas, screw top antennas. They have glue antennas if you want a permanent antenna. So there's plenty of options there. The Cradle Point is certified on a 3G, 4G network. It is hot swapping, so when you run between a 3G and 4G zone, it will swap. There essentially is 2 antennas per antenna.
Just stop.
So what that will do, because there are, in the main antenna that we are recommending, there are 2 antennas in that. Both antennas always keep a connection to either the 3G or the 4G network. So when one of them drops out, it picks up the other one. So you essentially will never lose connectivity unless you run into an absolute dead zone. Well, we can't prevent that. So
I'm going to interject here.
Yeah.
One of the problems that we found with the systems was the 4G, 3G swapping capabilities. several of the devices that we would use were rated at 4G. Well, what would happen is that we'd get into a 4G area, the device would link up, it would detect the 4G, it would move up into a 4G capability. Once the device moved out of the 4G, it would drop down to a 3G level, and that's where it would stay until the device was powered off and powered back on. So we never get back to a 4G capability unless the officers knew this, so they would reach over and they'd unplug the device and plug it back in, and end up basically having to reboot the system in order to get the level of performance that they need. Both of these devices have that swapping capability because of the dual antennas. It never really loses that 3G capability, but it's smart enough to detect the 4G and move you back up into it. It's my understanding that some of the other devices, the Wi-Fi based on the vendor does swap, but that's based on the vendor that you use. So it's one of the things that you need to look at as you're shopping these devices. If you're not going to go with what our recommendation is here, is I would highly recommend that you inspect and investigate the hot swapping capabilities of the device you decide to utilize. The performance level between 3G and 4G is huge when it comes to getting the data into the spot, into that environment that you need it, and the amount of data that we're talking about transferring with the new CAD, with the maps, with all the updates, with the ability to search information. The level of performance is critical. Sorry, go ahead.
Good. So these are now essentially the features of the Cradle Point. You'll see that Motorola here, a little bit more pricey, very similar features. The biggest difference, obviously, is the voltage range. It is not as great as the Cradle Point. But one thing that the Motorola did provide that the Cradle Point doesn't is the law enforcement band. Unfortunately, it's not available. I don't even think the state of Wisconsin has started looking at it yet. So it's nothing to be concerned about. Carriers for the Motorola, we found Verizon was the only carrier for the Motorola. For the Cradle Point, it supported almost every carrier in our area. So if you have a specific carrier that you're sticking with, you can stay with them and still use the Cradle Point. It's as easy as slipping a SIM card into it and turning it on and activating it. The Motorola came with, all the equipment came with the Motorola. That's why the price is a little bit higher. With the Cradle Point, you had to buy the additional antennas. They do now supply the GPO cable, which is the power cable. They didn't at first. So that's a nice thing. But
our pricing, though, that you saw on the last slide included the antennas. That price does. For those of you that aren't aware, we're also at the jail, and the inmates like to pull the fire alarms. So, or hit sprinkler heads and whatnot. So we get numerous fire alarms out there. Anyway, the pricing that you're seeing here doesn't, for the Cradle Point, does include the antennas that Francis is discussing.
That is correct. We'll look at pricing here. I do have a couple slides.
One thing before you get, let's go back.
Yeah.
One thing before you go on to that is GPS support. Both of these two devices provide GPS support and GPS back into the CAD. We'll provide that data for that automated vehicle location device, which is critical for the mapping. That's something also that if you don't use one of these two devices, you're going to have to look at how you're going to get that data from the device that you choose. If you're not choosing one of these two, make sure that that data for the GPS does get back to CAD. If the automated vehicle location, basically your squad or your unit on the map is an important feature for you, and you're gonna be looking at it for pre-planning. If your administrators or your supervisors are looking at it, where are my resources, looking at those maps, you wanna make sure that it's transferring that GPS data back to the CAD.
So with the Cradle Point, the GPS can be transmitted over the Wi-Fi. It also has a serial port if some of you are using like a Trimble unit or something like that with a serial 9-pin cable. It has that capability as well. So you might not even have to run new wires or anything like that for the Cradle Point, which is a nice feature. Anything else on GPS? Okay.
These devices function as hotspots, right?
Correct. So they are, the Cradle Point and the Motorola both have the ability to be Wi-Fi and the ability to be a fully wired system over to Ethernet. They have an Ethernet port on them, and the antenna that we were suggesting also puts out a Wi-Fi signal. So if you wanted to set up a hotspot or something like that around your car, you can. You can pull up different vehicles, pull up your laptop, pull up your smartphone, and connect to the Cradle Point just as you would any other Wi-Fi modem.
That might be advantageous for those, especially in a fire department atmosphere where you set a vehicle up as a command vehicle, where you have individuals gathering around that vehicle and need to utilize that, multiple tablets, that type of thing, to be able to utilize it in an incident command situation.
Another thing I wanted to just mention for the future, for areas looking at the body cams or the officer worn cameras or any other streaming video solutions like a vehicle cam, that kind of thing, or even just literally a cell phone streaming, that could go via this service. So thinking down the road, 2, 3, 4 years down the road, you may want to be able to provide real-time streaming video, and that uses some bandwidth. So above and beyond CAD, above and beyond all the stuff we've already talked about, think about all of the new tech, all the gadgets everybody's walking around with, and they want to be able to connect up to the internet. If this squad, if this engine, if this vehicle is providing internet, is it providing internet just to what you planned on, or are you also covering for all that other stuff that people might be carrying, especially like volunteer fire, that sort of thing, but even paramedics showing up, that sort of thing. So.
I don't want to interject with the presentation too much, but because we currently use the Cradle Points, we've been using them since May. We actually have them in our rescue squads as well, so we can now send 12 leads out in the field directly to the hospitals and things like that with the Wi-Fi capability. The other thing too is the Cradle Point, it has 2 SIM card slots, which you probably are going to mention or maybe already mentioned. So if Wisconsin goes to that FirstNet, you can have a FirstNet SIM card slot and a Verizon or a Cellcom in that same device, and you can just switch back and forth easily. So we've been using it since May, and we haven't had an issue. So.
Just to reiterate what he had said is that Schwabenon's been using the Cradle Point since May. They've got it in their rescue squads. They're actually utilizing it to relay 12 lead information directly. That would be a live feed.
Yeah, so we take the zone model out in the field, and there's Wi-Fi built in, so it's a Wi-Fi hotspot. So they're actually able to send the 12 leads right to the hospitals and not have to bring the device back into the squad and then do the 12 leads. I think we're the only agency that's doing that right now.
So they're actually providing a live feed to the doctors at the hospitals on the 12 lead for the EKG feeds directly, which is, and that's all done through the Cradle Point. The other point that he brought up is that Cradle Point does have 2 SIM card positions, so that as FirstNet develops, there is a possibility that you would probably be able to buy a SIM card for FirstNet and be able to put that in, and it would be usable on the FirstNet network. For those of you that are familiar with the FirstNet, Wisconsin is looking at it. They do have a director that's working directly on that, and it is being developed, but it is some time out yet. But it is something that we should be planning for. Just a point, 2 points here from our sheriff's office aspect. we generally look at technology at a 5 to 7 year range as being what we're looking at and being replacing for budgetary reasons and whatnot. So this technology very likely could be in place when FirstNet comes out. So we're looking at that as being something that we can use with FirstNet. The second point is just to go a little bit further also on to Cradlepoint and its capabilities. When we started putting the Cradlepoints in, our RMS system, our records management system in the squad cars uses an internet interface, and the officers were very pleased with the speed that they got and the capability that they are able to get and the improvement in being able to do the large searches and whatnot inside the squad cars once they were up into the Cradlepoint because of the volume of data it was able to handle. So on that, we'll talk about, we've got two different contacts here. The top one is the contact, Pamela Malian, at Cellcom. She is our representative for Cradlepoint that we were using the majority of our contacts there. Tim Cooney at Baycom was for the purchase of a Motorola modem. In all fairness, Baycom is also a Cellcom representative, and we did purchase some Cradlepoints through Baycom. So both of these parties are a resource for you to look at if you're interested in either one of these two devices. Again, we tested a number of the different providers. Cellcom seems to be, for us, being out in the county, being around, Cellcom is what we have chosen as our provider. It does seem to provide us our best connectivity as we move about the area. We get our best speeds, we get our best connectivity.
I think we just got some slides here on some data costs and packages from the different vendors. Cellcom's data prices were pretty reasonable. This is just a general plan. This does not include any percentage of benefits or discounts. This is just what the flat rates are right now. If you contact them, they will probably give you 10% off, 15% off of these prices. You inform them that you're law enforcement or public safety. We would recommend that probably have at least 1 gigabyte of data if you're going to be using all the features of the new CAD system and the new mobile systems, at least that amount. We're probably right around a little over that in our squad cars right now. AT&T also provide unlimited data. One thing to note with AT&T is limited data. At one or a certain point, when you chew up enough data, they will throttle you back. And it even says so in their contract and in their forms. They will throttle you back, and you will notice a big change in your performance of your vehicle, of your modem. That will probably happen every month, depending on how much data you're chewing through. So keep in mind that unlimited isn't always unlimited. And then Verizon also provided us with some information on their pricing and their data packages. If somebody would like to go and inform them, we have some, these are prices, but I do have some, here we go, some contact information here for everybody for all 3 of those vendors for your data. So we'll go back to the services here. We are recommending Cellcom. We are recommending the Cradlepoint. That's what we are going to. As Captain and I mentioned, Cellcom has just been the best coverage that we can get in the area. We've tried Verizon. We've had some spots where we haven't had success. We've had dead zones with Verizon. They don't have all the powers that Cellcom has. AT&T, we do have dead spots with them as well. So for our best coverage, at least for us, SOCOM has been the ticket.
You realize we're going throughout the whole county, so you may wish, if you can negotiate a better deal for your specific jurisdiction and you feel that, you've got adequate coverage, that is obviously your choice.
Absolutely. If you're in a local municipality and you're not going out and about, you may just want to stick with an easier device or simpler device. And it may not be a big deal for you for the hot swapping technology capabilities. Some key notes that we did when I did some testing with these, with the Cradlepoint. Both of the units, the Cradlepoint and the modem, tested very similar speeds. The cost, obviously, the Cradlepoint was a lot less. The configurations, very simple. All that the Cradlepoint essentially comes with is power cable and an antenna. There's not a whole lot of running wires or anything like that. If you want to use the Wi-Fi, you really don't have to use any wires at all. You just essentially plug in the antenna and plug in the power cable, activate it, and you're going. The footprint of Cradlepoint was a little bit smaller if you're concerned about space in the vehicle. It doesn't take up a whole lot. It's probably 4 inches by 4 inches. The voltage capacity on the Cradlepoint was a lot larger, so if you're going to have a lot more electrical equipment plugged into your vehicle, which we all know we do, it'll probably be a safer bet. You probably won't get any issues as far as over voltage or under voltage. The install tips, obviously, as I mentioned, it's probably less than an hour to set in a Cradlepoint, really quick. Our initial Cradlepoints that we've been getting have had older firmware installed on them. We've had to update the firmware in order to get the GPS capability to work over the serial cable. But it's usually really quick when you run the firmware update. It only takes less than 5 minutes to update the firmware on them. Default password is located on the bottom of the unit. The unit can be reset just by pressing the reset button, and it'll push it back to that default password. If you want to change the password, that can be all done in your admin console. They do have cloud management available. If you want to manage these Cradlepoints from remote sites, you can. You can check on statistics of them. They will give you an idea of what they are using as far as bandwidth. And you can also see where your vehicle is out and about with the GPS capability. I'll link there for some features and specs. And you take a look at that. We can get you this at the end of the show or whatever here. Key recommendations.
Obviously, the keys here, and this is kind of, we're getting to the summary portion here, is that, again, we go back to, with the new CAD, we're recommending that you take a serious look at what your needs are. If you need the advanced features, which I think the majority of the agencies feel that they do, you're going to need to increase that capability. The new CAD does have the capability if you do not have the financial needs or financial wherewithal, or you feel that you don't have the need to upgrade, you still have the radial modem capability. So, but we will be switching over, we'll be taking the radial modems out of our cars. Currently, the way our spots are set up is we're not running the CAD data over the Cradlepoints. We're still running it through the radial modems, and we've got the Cradlepoints running in the majority of spots. We've got a couple of spots set up where everything runs through the Cradlepoints. I should restate that. But the majority of our spots, we're running the dual systems, so that we're limiting our amount of data that's going over the Cradlepoints right now on the majority of our spots. But eventually, when the new CAD comes, everything will go over the Cradlepoint. So the hotspot technology, it's a backup tool for emergency internet access. Francis, you want to kind of follow a little bit on that?
The hotspot, yes. As I mentioned before, they do put out Wi-Fi signals. You can bring that stuff up. You can create a hotspot with these. Anybody who doesn't know what a hotspot is, essentially just a big modem with wireless capability. It will put out a signal that you can connect your phone and your cellular, your tablet, your laptop to.
Lastly, it's kind of an understatement to say that our internet bandwidth needs are increasing. We are continually finding more and more resources to use where we need more bandwidth. So we need to plan on that. Look at your future. And do the best that you can for your agents. Our contact information here for anyone that needs to talk to us further as we move ahead. We're both available. Any questions from anybody else?
How many vehicles do you have running it right now?
Say 16?
Right after the first year, every squad, every sheriff squad will have that installed.
And the opinion of the people using it is that it's
There
better?
is very much a very big improvement.
Okay. I see people in the crowd nodding. Big difference.
Okay.
All right, we have a 15-minute break now. We'll get ourselves back on the schedule. The next presentation's eSponder. I know we just took a little 5-minute, but we want to try to get back on the schedule so that people dialing in can get good access. Just want to confirm with everyone, we had a little bit of audio issue there at the beginning. I want to make sure. I think we've got a couple other people on the call here. Eric, are you able to hear us fine? Oh, you don't have your mic turned on. Well, you could chat. You could chat that through the, here. I think I can.
Mike can hear you fine. Yeah, I did not hear the first couple slides, but I can hear you fine.
We had the audio muted because we during the break and we forgot to turn it back on, so our bad.
Aha.
We will add the notes from, I did take notes, so we will add notes to the PowerPoint presentation so that the final one out in the WebEx section, we'll have the notes that were verbally shared during the presentation. So you won't have missed anything from a documentation perspective. All right, we'll take a quick 15 here and then we'll be on to the eSponder presentation.
I take you into the men's one.
So just seeing how this is flowing. I think in the future, all the coastal laptops, I'll sit the left or right, this way we'll know, and I'll control the presentation, but I'll hand it off to the console. Because that way I can log in and control the audio. Because right now I can't find screw around on the screen and watch the presentation at once. So how are we going to do this in the future? We're learning. Well, yeah. I don't want to stop the recording right now. We're going to stop it. So we'll create 2 sessions. For regular purposes, I can create a presentation. Well, sure, I can talk to it, but I can't switch the console. And I want to have the console ready, but
Just so you know, you're still open if you want to
yeah,
mute.
no, it's totally okay.
Okay.
We let everybody in here know that whatever is talked on breaks is getting recorded. So what we'll end up doing is submitting the individual presentations So like there'll be a CAD 911 and then a separate Cradle Point will just snip out all of the extraneous stuff, I would imagine, when it's all set.
Copy that.
All right, thank you. But yeah. Yep. Well, I haven't seen anything. So it is a little bit direction. So probably thinking you and I have really well. All I'm just gonna do is do it. It'll just be more. But it'll record half hour. You know. Yeah, I don't know what that was. Told you what I don't know. Well, it does have a pause. And
All right, we'll go ahead and get started. Yeah, thank you for coming out today. This is exciting. Emergency management isn't always that exciting for people, so I do appreciate. Oh, hello.
somebody might need to mute if you're having a secondary conversation. You might need to stand back so the mic can hear you better.
All right. We'll be talking, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the initiatives that emergency management is going to be doing this for 2016. But then once I get through that, we'll actually be talking more about eSponder and the capabilities that we use in eSponder, but also for you guys specifically, and I'm not sure who's all logged in, but specifically you in the room and how you may be getting eSponder alerts and what that means for you when you receive those. So some 2016 department initiatives, I should say before I go on, we did hire a coordinator not even a month ago, so we do have that position filled. We have Justin Steinbrink, who is now in our coordinator position, so we have lots of help, and he will be helping us on a lot of these initiatives that we have coming up. We were very successful in our Do One Thing for the individual campaign in 2014 and 15. That was something that Paul Gazdick partnered with Public Health to present to the community. And basically what that is a month-by-month initiative for individuals to do for themselves to make themselves more prepared in the event of a disaster or an emergency. They partnered with the Green Bay Press-Gazette, and every month a different public service announcement ran on their web-based paper. What we're going to do in this next year is do this specifically for businesses. In the short term that I've been here, which has been about a year, I've had a lot of businesses call me and say, so what can I do to make sure that my employees are safe in the event of a tornado? What can I do if we have a fire? What do I do about evacuations? What if there's a chemical spill? What do I tell my employees to do? And then the one that's coming up, and I'll touch on just a little bit here because I don't have a bullet point for it, is cybersecurity. What do I do if all of our systems go down? And these kind of questions come in from businesses. And if you think about the employees that you are, that actually affects you. I am becoming more concerned as an emergency manager of being able to protect that information and those systems and those processes than I am, fire disrupting somebody's business. It is becoming more prevalent that we're running into those issues. So I'll talk a little bit about that in a second. So that's kind of what we're doing with the Do One Thing for businesses. We've just started working on that, but we've got a really good process in place, and we're really excited about rolling it out. So we'll get more information out as we build it. Another thing is a mass communications procedure. What we found is that I want to say I wish Colin was here because he could tell me the exact date. He was part of the program. We had what was called reverse 911 system. It was through a company called Code Red, and they were able to secure some funding to pay for the cost of the program for 3 years. It was great if you had a landline. It wasn't so great if you had a cell phone and that was your only way of communication. So what it does is it incorporates the 911 center. If we had to do an evacuation, if there was a boil order because our water was compromised somehow, any type of information, even from the public health department, if they needed to use this reverse alerting system, they certainly could as well. So basically, you could determine an area. You wouldn't have to send it to everybody in Brown County. It would just be to a determined area unless it was everybody in Brown County. And basically, it calls back with like a robotic voice and says, you know, this is a call from Brown County Emergency Management. You need to boil your water for the next 72 hours. To find more information, go to this website. If it was more important, like shelter in place, they would get that shelter in place message. But again, we lost funding to that, so we no longer have that capability. We find, obviously, it's very valuable, and we want to continue that, but 80% of the calls that come into the 911 center, just coming into the center, are from cell phones. That kind of gives you a good idea of what the demographic is. That doesn't mean those people don't have a landline at home, but they're choosing to use their cell phones. I know personally for me, I don't have kids at home, so that's all we have are cell phones at home. We don't use a landline. So how am I going to get emergency information, especially even though my cell phone device has the capability to get alerts from the National Weather Service? If I turn off my location services and I enable that app, I'm not going to get those. And I can do that. If I really want to be a hermit and I don't want to know what's going on, I can do that. Or I really like my privacy or whatever the case is. So we need to find a way to harness that capability. So you're going to see us working on how best can we get those messages out to the public. A little bit later, there will be a presentation on a up and coming program for the county that we're going to try and again harness that option as well for communicating. But again, that's one of the things we want to be working on. Something that might necessarily isn't big news for emergency responders in general, it's more for the fire side. We're trying right now to look at a countywide standard operating guideline and protocol for fireground rehab. The number one reason for death for firefighters is heart attack, and a lot of the time they happen either on the fireground or shortly after that crew responds back to the firehouse from a big incident, a fire type incident. Right now, we've got some questions as to how can we best record our data for our firefighters and store it. So we're working with the EMS agencies and the fire departments to develop something countywide that will work for everybody and keep our firefighters, make sure that we're tracking them and storing that information appropriately.
I'm trying to mute this person
Sure.
who just came in.
No problem. The fourth thing that I don't have up there, but I did want to talk a little bit about before we move on, again, is that cybersecurity. So what I brought in here was, we, as emergency management, we're required to determine, draw plans, and exercise those plans for certain core capabilities. So it can be anything from fatality management. We're actually working on a fatality management plan right now. Nobody wants to talk about it, but what are you going to do with 100 dead bodies? In Brown County, we can't support 100 dead bodies, so what are we going to do? We're working with the health department to determine what's the best way to do that. Critical transportation is another one. Health and social services, housing. One of the newest ones that have just come into our radar is cybersecurity. And I will just list for you basically what our core capability description is for that. We need to protect the safe, secure, and resilient cyber environment by protecting against damage to the authorized use of and/or the exploitation of electronic communication systems, including restoration to pre-attack conditions. So if something were compromised, not only is it our responsibility, we really need to develop a plan, and it's not just our office. It's a plan development with, if it's for Brown County, I will be working with August and probably many other people. What is going to best secure our data? And if we did get a breach, how can we get back to normal? Because recovery is a huge component for emergency management. How can we get back to normal as quick as possible and back to where we were, or if we can, even better? So that's a huge initiative for us. You'll see us moving forward with that, developing security protocols, and August has already done that. He's been developing them. He's been rolling them out. He's been getting groups together. We've got a group that has met a couple times just to meet about social media and media in general, because there are just so many avenues for attacks to take place into our system. And I certainly am not the expert on all of that. I just know how to write plans and test them. So that's what you're going to see us doing here in the future. I didn't realize until I got into this job really how sensitive cybersecurity is until I got here. Because I always just thought natural disasters and chemical spills, and holy cow, this is like a whole animal of its own. So we'll be moving forward on that as well. I think we're going right into the.
Or not try it.
There we go.
I'm just going to run it for you.
Okay, and actually I'll come right over with you. So what, a couple of things I guess I'll ask you, the couple of things that we talked about so far, are there any questions before we get into the eSponder component? All right. This is the most fun part. So with eSponder, actually, and I know you guys on the video conference can't necessarily raise your hands, but in the group that I'm talking to right now, how many people just know what eSponder is by the raise of your hand? Okay. So this basically is for emergency management, not just for Brown County, but for the entire state. This is our web-based platform to basically track anything from special events to actual incidents going on. When I take you into it, you'll kind of see how it's run both from a state level all the way down to our level. And then I'll talk why it's important, and again about the alerts that you may get from our office if we have an activation. So the first thing is, if you know what eSponder is, you're familiar with it, you will see that there's this login page. Obviously, you need to have a login. So if you don't have a login, like I know I'm looking at Brian right now, we're probably going to have you log in because you will be part of that communication system for certain activation levels. If you don't, you just go to new member access. Basically, you fill out a small profile. It comes to me, and I either let you in or I don't. So I will be, if I know who you are and I know what you want to do in there, I'll let you in. So what you're seeing here is, this is the login page for emergency management. If you come from a different area, so for public health, when they log in, because public health uses it, this looks completely different. If you're logging in under our account for Brown County, you actually will get here, and then you'll have to drill down into the areas that would be required for you to work in if we ever have to activate at a level and so forth. So this is basically the state information page. You can toggle back and forth. You can either go navigation here, and I'll show that again, or you just, as you open up more pages, it'll just kind of scroll across the top. So the way I always thought of it, for those who are Brown County employees, it reminds me of Logos, where you can't, you can go backwards on your backwards button up here, but you can also scroll back across the top. And I know Logos doesn't like you to hit the backwards button, so don't hit that. You have a lot of information here, and remember, right now we're on the state page. There are things like documents. I can go to documents and take a look at all of the different documents that are on here for state emergency management information. But what we're talking about today is specifically our county. To get to our county, we have to go to our region first. And there won't be a test on this at the end of the day, but it is kind of a step-by-step. A lot of times, I'll back up and say, a lot of times people will say, oh, I'll just go down to counties and tribes. Well, that's not going to get you where you need to be. As you can see here, this is going to get you more information as to what the counties and tribes are. You need to get to where we are. So what that means is we need to go to our region, which is we are East Central. We always think of ourselves as Northeast Wisconsin, but we're actually called the East Central region when it comes to Wisconsin emergency management. From there, you have access to Brown County, and that's where all of our information will be specifically for our county. Again, right now we're on our regional page, so you see there's a lot of information just specific for our region, which is over here in the upper right-hand corner. So I'll go to Brown County, and yours will look a lot like this. So once you have access and you can get in, it will look a lot like this, minus all of the site hierarchies on the side. Depending on your setup, so for the Sheriff's Department, they probably don't have a lot of the individual entities on the side here, especially like the City of Green Bay. The City of Green Bay would only have the City of Green Bay specific users that have access to that. They try not to give you so much stuff that you get overwhelmed. They want to make sure that you only have things that are specific to you and your department, your agency, and so forth. One of the main areas that we utilize here in Brown County is called our Emergency Operations Center. And you will see that there's a lot of stuff in here. That, if you're a new user, you're not going to see this. This is years of special events that I happen to be invited to. So I had access to those special events. A lot of these are Packer games. So for example, I will open up, when was the last one? Packers Chargers. So you can see here, basically what we do is we open up a site that allows that incident to be supported. So if something were to happen at that incident, and you can see that there are some logins here, if we had to open up let me take a step back again. Our incident command that is on site for that game is utilizing eSponder for what's going on in the game. If something bad were to happen out there, we can activate out here in the EOC and support what's going on. So I have a log of what has been going on at the incident. We can help them from here and start bringing in, either getting them documents that they want. There's what's called SharePoint documents in this web-based program. So if, for example, Captain Sandberg was out there and he said, I need a list of what our operations plan was. For some reason he lost it, he didn't have it. I can actually bring it up for him. I can go into where we've got our documents and I can say, all right, I'll get your ops order, and I can put it on here for him and he can actually take it off. And he can either print it, he can make modifications to it, he can put it back on here. I can see what his ops plan is because I have access to this. I can take a look at what the fire department's doing because I have access to this. So it's in the example of a home Packer game, it's not a huge incident, but if this thing were to go for days and days and days, you can see where the capability would be very useful if we had people all over the county doing different types of responses. So if we had a debris management team that was located in the southern part of the county, it's not beneficial for them to keep running up here. If they can pull this up and we can send them documents from the EOC, that's going to be a lot easier. It's web-based, so they can get it anywhere. It's not like a program that they have to be on a certain server. So let's see. That is most of what we do use it for. What I will show you is how do we create a site. Let me go back out to our Brown County here. So if we were to have an incident, I didn't create one for this discussion, but I'll bring one up here for we had some storms that rolled through in 8/23/11. If we had any type of natural disaster coming through, if we had any type of chemical spill going through, anytime we activate the EOC, but even if we're not going to activate, if we're just we just want to have situational awareness, we'll go ahead and create a site. That's what this means. We open up something that we can document what's going on and the progression of the event. You can see here that at 5 p.m., a tornado watch was issued for Brown County. A tornado warning was issued 2 hours later. A second wave of storms came through 40 minutes later, and they documented basically what the Weather Service said with that. They did a partial deactivation of the EOC, and I'm assuming, because I wasn't the person who put this in, when it says it automatically refreshes, sorry about that. When it says deactivation of partial EOC, my assumption is that, and I'll show you the different user groups or alert groups, that when this was initially sent out, it was basically to all the public safety support out there. So it was probably all of law enforcement and all of fire, just to say, you know what, we're open and available. We're not going to activate. We're open and available. So if we need you to come in, because a tornado, even though we're under warning, doesn't mean we're going to get anything. But if we do, we're going to have you come in. And at least we're already set up to support that. Apparently nothing came through, and they went ahead and deactivated. So one of the components of the alerts management, we can break it down by groups of people. So you'll see in here, and I have worked with De Pere, the city of De Pere. The city of De Pere has several alert groups. Brown County has several alert groups. The city of Green Bay has several alert groups. And what I mean by alert groups is these activations. So you have activations. Here's the city of Green Bay. They have activation at level 1, level 2, level 4. I do believe they have a level 3 somewhere in here. What does that mean? What are the different alert levels or activation levels? We are typically always at an activation 4. And the reason why is because Justin and I are just normally here. That just means the EOC is open. It's manned, which we are. We're here. We can be here very quickly. A level 3 is there's something going on, and our next layer of support is going to be our public safety partners. A level 2 then goes a little higher. So that's going to mean we're calling in more of our elected officials. We're going to need more assistance from additional resources like DPW, the Red Cross, buses, WPS, things that will allow us more capability that we might not be able to get just from within our public safety group. And if you've got a level 1 activation, that's usually a pretty bad situation. That's when you're getting the state involved. You might even be getting the feds involved. So as far as I know, we've never had a level 1 activation here in Brown County. Typically, we're at a 3 or a 4 to give you an idea of where we're at. So if I open one of these up, you can't see the list of people that are in this group, but what I can do is go to contacts, and I can filter it out here, and I just want to show you how this works. I'm going to do a Brown County level 3 activation. Actually, what I will do, I'll do Brown County department heads. The reason we created this list is that we will utilize this list in something other than a natural disaster or some other big event. We actually created this list right before Paul left when we had a server outage. We didn't have a defined way of getting messages out to all of the department heads. So one of the things we thought was, let's take eSponder, and I'll show you kind of what happens when an alert goes out. But how can we, if we can't send emails, we can't make phone calls, how are we going to be able to best get that information out to our coworkers that here's where we're at, we're going to give you an update. It's kind of like the public would like to know, you know what, I have a power outage, the power lines are down behind my house, I'd just really like to know how long this is expected to go. Most of us would just appreciate that information, especially when you look at the productivity behind, if you can't get on the server, what can I do? So we actually created this list, which is independent of our emergency alert list, and we have the capability to do this in eSponder. It's very nice, it's very functional. I will tell you, and the word I use is clunky. It's a little clunky because eSponder isn't it isn't the quickest way to send messages. You have to build the message, then you have to make a lot of selections, and then you send it. And I'll go through that alert process with you here shortly. I just wanted to show you what the list comprised of.
I just want to add one little thing in here. When you're building lists like this, if you've already got an Excel spreadsheet or a Word document with names in it, you don't necessarily have to rekey every single entry. It's possible to cut and paste whole lists into the system. I don't want to promise that you can do that, but in many cases you can do that to save some activity.
You'll see, again, we've got our EOC activation list. We have just our Brown County Fire Chiefs. We do get into the list once a year at the minimum, once a year to make sure that our people and their contact information are correct. I was just giving this presentation the other day, and somebody said, oh, so-and-so doesn't work here anymore. And I went, okay, we got to go back and make a change. That's not a bad thing. We want to make sure that we're getting the information out to the right people. We have a group called IMT. That's our incident management team. I'll just give them a little kudos on the side here. That's a team, and I should know exactly how many people are on it, but it's 30 to 40 volunteers, completely volunteer, that will come in on a big incident. Anytime there's an EOC activate, I shouldn't say anytime. Anytime we request them on an EOC activation, they will come in and support the incident that's going on. So, for example, and I don't know as much about the law enforcement side as I do the fire side, but let's say we had a very extended incident going on in the law enforcement world, and it was going to be days. Maybe it's a manhunt, maybe whatever, but you need additional support. So we're going to have your representation in the EOC, but let's say we need somebody to be doing accountability. We need to track all of your assets. We need to track the cost of those assets. We have people, volunteers, that will come in and assist us with that, which is incredible. We are very, very fortunate in this area of the state to be able to have that capability. So we do send alerts out to our IMT members as well. All right. So if I need to send out a message because we're going to activate the EOC, I'll just send out a test message. And I'll ask, I'm not going to send it out to a group of people because a lot of times if all the people aren't here and all of a sudden their phones go off and they go, oh, there's a EOC activation. I want to make sure that we're not freaking anybody out. So I will build this. If you want to be if you want to see if something is going to go to you, which it should, I can add you to the alert that I'm going to build right now. And I think almost everybody in the room, with the exception of Brian, are probably, and I'm not sure, from Ashwaubenon, I know your chief is, are probably in the eSponder system. So what will happen is when we send the alert, it is only as good as the information that you put into your profile. So, for example, my profile has almost every form of communication. So I have my work phone, my personal cell, my work cell, my email, my work email, and my home email. So when an alert goes out, I get 2 emails, I get 2 phone calls, I get 2 texts. So I definitely know that there's something going on as soon as I send out that message for assistance or just an informational meeting for if we had, some type of IT capability thing that we need to follow up with. So add contacts. Anybody want to see if they get anything? Okay. This will just take me a second.
Good check.
What's that?
Good check.
Okay. You should be in here. I don't see you. I wonder if we have a settings for you, Dan, that you're not coming up in here for an ad hoc. You're only part of a group, and that might be, I'll have to go back and check that. Should we send one to Troy? What? So when I send these out, I'm always going to hit email, SMS, and voice. And again, this is only as good as what you had put into your profile. So again, the contact points. And like I said, the reason it's clunky is I have to go in and put in the message via email. Then I have to go back in and put it in text. Then I have to go back in and put it in voice. So. For an email response, if I'm sending this out and I want Captain Sandberg to, 1, confirm that he received it, but 2, if I was sending out an actual emergency response request, I would say, press 1 if you can respond, press 2 if you can't respond. And then that gives me an indication of how many people I have coming in here, because the eSponder will log that for me and say, okay, we've gotten this many responses and who they are. Like I said, there are better systems out there. This is the system that we have. required. And then I can also set the priority. Actually, I'll just do normal. Then, like I said, I have to go back to here.
Can you just copy and paste for longer messages?
You could, and one of the things I'd like for us to work on in our office is just have those templates so that I can just go in, copy and paste. We can actually make this into a template. So every time I do a presentation and I say, here, we're just gonna try it, I can just use that template. I just haven't gotten that far with the system, but you're right, yep. So here I go, I'm gonna hit send, and in a few moments here, you're gonna see your phones light up. Oh, sorry. See, and then it'll tell me, nope, you gotta do that. All right, there we go. So there goes all my stuff. Hey. Anybody a Dexter fan? That's the beginning music for Dexter. So if you get an 866 number to your phone, that's eSponder, and it'll basically read out exactly what I wrote in there. So, I think it worked for everybody? Good. All right. So that's kind of what we have in a nutshell. I wanted to go through how we launch a message, why we launch the messages, the contact groups that we have, the capabilities we utilize it for. I know we still have a little bit of time here. Is there any questions about eSponder that I hopefully can answer? I'm not an expert on it. It has very, very broad capabilities. I've been through most of the eSponder management training, but I haven't been through it all. So I won't bore you with actually setting up a site and putting, like, when I had the Green Bay and the Chargers logos on there. That's like 20 steps just to get that picture on there. That's why, I mean, the system's a little clumsy. But, you know, if you want, you can really make it as pretty as you want or as basic as you want. And that really depends on, you know, if you're in the middle of an emergency activation, you don't have a whole lot of time to be putting those type of pretty pictures on there. You can, though, upload pictures. So if you've got field responders logging damage assessments from around the county, they can send us pictures, we can upload it, and then it's part of that whole response. We did, I don't know if we did that for the wins that we had. Let me see. Where are we here? 2014. Actually, it was 2013, my bad. Damaging winds. So for everybody who was in the county in August in 2013, we had the high winds that came through the southern part of the county, created a lot of damage. It wasn't enough to get, like, you know, major like economic support, or I shouldn't say economic, monetary support. I mean, we weren't able to, you know, bring in the state or the feds to help with that. But we logged 63 incidents, so you can see there's just a whole lot of damage reported. I'm just going to go in here and see if we actually have any pictures. No, he didn't upload any pictures at that time. But had he, I know in our shared drive, we've got lots of pictures from that event. We certainly could have uploaded that into eSponder as part of that event documentation. Green Bay Fire, Green Bay PD, and the Sheriff's Department, when I brought up the Packer game, they also utilize the site for things like 4th of July. Do you guys use it for Celebrate to Pierce?
We do not, probably should.
And you certainly can. We've used it for tall ships. We've used it for the Kenny Chesney concert. I could pull that up and you could see the millions of incidents they went for that. So it really is a good situational tool. There are a lot of times on Packer Sundays, I'll just bring it up at home because, again, it's web-based. So on my personal computer, I'll bring it up at home and just kind of watch what's going on out there. You know, if they had an active shooter go, you know, have an incident out there, or they had a bomb go off, or even if they had a chemical spill, at least I know ahead of time and I can see kind of what that progression is. And again, that's going to help the other people coming in to assist with us in that operational period or the operational time. They can log in and they can have access to all of that as well. I should say, I'm just going to pick on Ryan back there. If he's in East Fonder, but if he's not invited to that site, like he can't just log in right now and take a look at any site that I have. He actually would need to be invited into that site. So this is actually a very secure platform. I'm not a perfectionist on the whole data side of things, but my understanding is it really is like lock and key. You have to be invited in to really take a look at that information. If you had just anybody off the street that has access to those Packer games, that could be a big security breach. We wouldn't want just anybody being able to see what's going on out there in the different operational plants. So we have to make sure that that's very safe. Okay. I know it's not the most interesting thing, but it is a capability that we have. Right. No questions? Captain Sandberg? Any questions? Okay. You don't want me to go through how to put the document on? No. Yeah. Once you've worked in it for, repetitively, it gets to be a lot easier, but. All right. Well, I am done. That's all I got, unless there's any other questions for our office. Thank you.
Yeah, I did mute one person. I had a lot of background. So everybody else unmute themselves. So if you're muted and you have questions, you can click the unmute button. We're going to take a little bit of a break real quick, just so that we're keeping on time here. So we still have about 10 minutes to 11. And I'm doing the next presentation. It's on texting and alerting for emergency management and just general communications. And it overlaps a little bit with what she's talking about, just got done talking about. So that's the next subject. And we're going to take a quick break.
There. We just don't know where we want to put them and exactly what we want to use them for.
With giant screens, take up a lot of them.
They do, and we don't want to get rid of that because, as I showed you with eFounder, we'll usually put eFounder on one of the screens so that if you're in there as a representative for whatever you can watch that. And we also put CAD on the other screen, so you can see exactly what's going on in the dispatch center. You can see everything coming through 911. And that's important to see too, especially when we have our public safety partners in there, because Chief Rubin might send somebody to help monitor all of the fire calls coming in here at that given time. And then they can triage those and decide that one can wait for 5 to 8 people. Same thing with the Sheriff's Department. We can have the Sheriff's Department representative or law enforcement come in and help us triage some of that. So it works out really well. But I think some of those extra screens are really cool too. Some of those big 70, 80-inch screens that we can write on.
I suppose I should wait. Brings somebody else to. Yeah, okay. I'll wait. Are we hitting subjects for those of you who are coming in? Are we hitting subjects that matter to you guys?
Your first two were awesome. I know there's a lot of questions out there, I was just talking about that earlier, especially about the CAD and the interface. I think a lot of that information will probably be good to get out to the fire chiefs group, because you have a lot of users that are out there that don't even have MDTs. And they're concerned. They're like, well, are we going to have to buy an MDT? Are we going to have to buy this modem? How are we going to pay for that? And so I think, or even just watching, so that'll help them understand. I know when I was with Green Bay, and I don't know if they can hear me right now, but last I knew, they were looking at different capabilities, and even beyond, and I certainly don't want to speak for them, but even beyond the MDT capabilities, they also have their patient care reports that they upload to different systems like Ash Webinar is doing. So there's just a huge range of capabilities beyond just that. And the Cradle Point, that's awesome. So.
Yeah. That's today, we were functional with the radios, but damn close to not being functional. Yeah. It definitely needed improvement, and the Cradle Points get us there. But now, what about all it? I mean, every one of us got these things, and they're demanding internet access. So, whether it's a phone, a camera, an iPad, a tablet, an Android phone, the wireless, the EEG stuff.
Well, in the explanation.
Streaming cameras.
Yeah, the explanation of the small versus with more capacity, having a bigger way of transferring that data. When we first, MDTs, when we first got them on our road, they were very slow until we really understood what there was that whole physical, not physical, but
You stick it that way.
Yeah.
Just from kind of throwing IT out the window. Bandwidth is like the amount of water in a pipe.
Yep.
If you got a narrow pipe, you can only get so much water through it, even if you increase the pressure.
Right.
If you have a really big pipe, you can push more water through it. And water is correlating to data. So just by nature, we're demanding more and more data. We need, using an analogy, more and more water. Another way you can think about it is a highway. What can you drive on a highway? Well, a car, a truck, an ambulance, a semi, pretty much anything to drive on the road. Well, there are certain things you expect to find on the road. There are certain things you don't expect to find on the road. That's another good analogy for the bandwidth. You want, a nice big highway that has lots of lanes, maybe even some lanes reserved. So.
I mean, even with the pictures, I'm thinking, damage assessment, so many pictures.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But if those pictures are too big or too small,
right,
then we can run into problems. So, all right, I'm going to get started. We're at 11 o'clock. This is basically just a presentation going over communications and emergencies. I've run across this here. I've run across this at the hospital. I've run across this at medical college. We had a lockdown down at the medical college because of an active shooter. You probably heard about it over at Children's Hospital, the guy running around the building. We also had an event where we had a formaldehyde spill and had to evacuate the entire building. So I've had the front end of it from a hospital perspective, where we have to regularly go through those exercises to kind of real world weird events, but out in the public. So now I'm going to apply that to here. So what can we do with communications? There's lots of different communications options. I color-coded them on purpose. Landline phones tend to be pretty safe, reliable. A lot of them are self-powered if they're a Centrex line. Talking a little bit techy, but if they're not serviced through the network. Our IP phones, if you see a Cisco phone over there, and you see a different kind of phone here, a lot of these older type phones are powered, whereas that relies on the network. This thing will be a little more stable, that will be a little bit less, at the risk of the network. So landline phones are a little bit more stable. Cell phone, can you guarantee cell phone connectivity? No. Is it way better than it was even 2 or 3 years ago? Yep. But you get into any emergency situation where you have a large volume of calls, inbound, outbound, or you have physical infrastructure damage. You know, your Katrina, your Sandy, that kind of thing. I'm going to talk about that a little bit. Cell phones can be at risk. They also can be at risk from interference. We'll talk a little bit about that. Sat phones, pretty safe, completely independent, runs off the satellite, but they're very expensive. Text messaging, SMS and MMS, that's me grabbing my phone and messaging you. Pretty safe. It's fairly quick. It goes phone to phone, not cached anywhere. If I email SMS and MMS, we do it all the time, and most of the time it's good. That's a dangerous one. That's why I put it in red. Faxing, pretty safe, point to point. The phone makes the noise, I know I connected, I'm sending. It's a real-time confirmed communication. Radio, I can hear them. Very straightforward, you know that. If nothing else works, you pick up the radio, you can talk to somebody. Runner courier, very stable. Slower though. Considerably. Well, we had a runner set at the hospital. Every department had at least 2 runners. Because they figured one's out, one's coming back. TS, or Information Services over there, was no exception. You know, if we're supposed to be all tech, we still had runners. Because you can't guarantee the generator's not down. All my tech is really cool, but if there's no power, not so cool. Email. Internal email, fairly safe. Web email, to web email, fairly safe. Public personal email, not so much. And I might even argue the web emails should be red, but they're kind of degrees, and I had to take a shot, so I just made it brown. Instant messaging, AOL, Skype, Google, all these other instant messaging tools. Really cool. They tend to be up for a long period of time. So in other words, there's very few outages. They tend to be instantaneous. But they don't have what's referred to as quality of service. There's no guarantee that when I push the button to send, that it's going to get to the other end. That's why I have them brown. Social media, Twitter, Facebook, all the other ones. Again, when's the last time Facebook was down? Well, let me ask that question differently. When's the last time you couldn't access Facebook? Or the person you were trying to get a hold of through Facebook, you couldn't get a hold of? Because they didn't have access, or weren't logged in, or had some problem with their computer. So that's why those are brown. So I'm going to I'm kind of using Madison as an example, and I'm going to also use Brown County as an example as I'm going through this. You all remember Madison had its fun of being attacked, cyber attack. Do you know what I'm talking about? You're nodding here. So police event occurs. The anonymous hackers decide they're going to, show the world how powerful they are and how bad police and fire and everybody else are. So they attack the city. Well, they don't just attack the city, they're attacking the city and the county because they're sharing the internet services. So now all of a sudden both services are intermittent or completely down. They had no way to confer right away, so they want to shoot an email out. Well, half the room is city, half the room is county. Those systems were not directly tied, so they were going to try to go out to the internet and come back again. Think highway. I'm on county trunk A, somebody else is on county trunk B, and I got to go across the highway to get between the 2 county trunks. The county trunks are working just fine, but the highway is all just completely screwed up. You got 1,000 cars just parked out there just demonstrating. So I can't get from road to road. So that's what struck them.
That distributed denial of service was basically a flood of garbage. They were flooding those internet connections. So again, using the highway analogy, tons and tons and tons of parked cars. Or I flood, if I was going to be a bad guy, another thing I could do is flood the 911 service just by calling 911 over and over and over for 100, 1,000, 10,000, 20,000 different phones. Just overload the service. That's basically what they were doing to the internet. So I got an idea now of what happened. So I can email county to county or city to city, but I can't email from city to county or municipality to county or hospital to county or hospital to city. So basically you end up with a whole bunch of islands. Well, that was a pretty big problem. One thing they came across, their mobile data terminals had trouble connecting. Any idea why? I'm just asking the crowd. You know why that happened? Because it went across the internet. So the mobile data terminals were connecting via the internet, via AT&T or Cellcom or Verizon or whoever. That was then coming back through the internet, big cloud, all the different roads, gets back to the county, and the road's all blocked up. All the guys are parked out there, with their signs picketing digital, but same difference. I can't get in. So all of a sudden, the squads aren't getting access to, whether it's a police, fire, or whatever, can't consistently get back to the county, can't get back to dispatch. I'm talking about digital right now, not radio. So you pick up the radio and it still works. So what did they do? Well, because the radio system was up and fairly safe, they used the radios. Pretty straightforward. But they didn't have everything written down. So now they're like, okay, what do we do? How do we get the message out? Who says what? It's both the county and the city now. Who really got attacked? Does the county go out and talk to the newspapers and TV? And who's sending the messages to all the municipalities? Is Madison sending that out, or is Dane County sending that out? So now I'm going to use a more local example. We have an electrical issue of data center power gets turned off by an electrician by accident. They basically did literally turn off the power. So they turned off the main and the generator, so our data center went dead. So they did what the system's designed not to do. They literally turned off both the switches. But they were supposed to do that. Well, they shut us down. So that meant our phones went down, our email went down. Oh, by the way, all application servers went down. How do I tell everybody that everything went down? Where's that list? Where can I jump to get this message out the door? So we're going to talk about that, but I just want to let that sit in the back of your head. So they get down farther. So some of the folks who were at the county, city, municipality, whatever, weren't able to get into online systems. So this starts to get a little more exciting. I'm unable to get my med orders because I can't get to the website. And the website is how I place my orders. Now what do? So this is above and beyond just plain, law enforcement or emergency management type stuff, public safety stuff. This is now getting into operations. Now, how do we handle? Do we even have staff come in? They can't do their job. They can't get to their app. Or if they are in, how do they operate? Farther down, so then they figured, well, we'll just fax everything. Well, does anybody have a list of fax numbers? No, nobody. We don't use fax anymore. We just email everything. Well, that's right, email them. The list is on the internet. Yeah. So what's their solution? They call around. They use the radios. They use the phones. They start building manual lists of cell phones and landlines that are still operational, and they just start calling around. And one of the things they do as a solution is, so now they came up with 2,600 email addresses. You've got how many in your list?
I don't know if we have quite that many, but You mean just our department heads or just?
Well, no, just the whole,
Oh.
no, but my point being, thousands. How do I, well, they didn't really jump into eSponder right away. They didn't really, I guess, didn't think of using that for this case. Plus, it was an overlap between the county and the city and then the municipalities and so forth and so on. So they had some real challenges. But how do I send an email to 2,600 people? Type the name on one phone. So big challenges. Same thing with the fax machines. They were faxing around to each other fax machine lists with the fax number and who it was and what the type of information they should receive was. Because they couldn't email. And they didn't want to really tie up the phones because they wanted to save the phones for, we need to get so-and-so here. I don't want to be on the phone getting you're reading me 90 different phone numbers for a fax machine. So then they taped the phone numbers on the wall right next to the fax machine, and now, okay, I need to let so-and-so know, I make my message, I put it on a piece of paper, I stick it in the fax machine, and I'm poor man email. Okay? County city web pages, these were overloaded, so they had random ability to be able to even communicate out to the community. Because some of the stuff was hosted at the county, some of it was hosted at the municipality, and some of it was hosted at the internet. Well, if I'm on my PC at work, and I'm supposed to be updating the internet web page with the latest and greatest thing that's happening, which of course is this event, and I can't get to the web page, how do I communicate that? And again, who is doing it, that kind of thing. So now we're starting to get into what they did. So pretty quickly, they just arbitrarily decided, this person is it. This is the person who's going to be communicating. They are going to be the emergency manager for the event. They're not the technical manager. They're not the IT guy. They're not all the other stuff. But that's the person who is going to face the newspapers and face the public and basically put out the PSAs, public service announcements. So they set up regular central dial-ins. So they basically set up WebExes for all practical purposes. And they set predefined times. Do them in the morning and the afternoon, every day. And that worked for them. It was a way for everybody to be able to get in. One minor little problem, and they don't like this, but there was not much they could do about it, because they were open lines, they had no idea who was listening. Anybody could dial in. Like right now, if I take a look at our dial-ins, I'm going to just use this meeting as the example. I go up to the participant, who is BC admin, and you call her user 5, doesn't need to identify themselves, but there's a call-in user. We have no idea who that is. Now imagine that's 120 people. It's unmanageable. We just have to trust that everybody we're talking to is appropriate folks. So this got to be a really big challenge. They had to take some risk in that they just had to say, okay, we're going to just assume that all the people on the phone are supposed to be on the phone and that none of the bad guys are dialed in once we know we're trying to shut them down. Because they had the FBI on the phone. They had Wisconsin Department of Enterprise Technology, DET, Cadgigles folks. They had the city IT guy and the county IT guy. I should say guys because there was multiple. They actually spun off separate conference calls just for the text. Because, of course, the emergency management, fire, police guys were like, okay, don't want to hear about the bits and bytes and firewall stuff and whatever. But they really needed to be on some of that because it started to turn into a forensics situation, too. I can't just turn it all back on, because if I shut them down and turn it all back on, I'm destroying evidence. This was an attack. It's now a crime scene. So that added more complexity to the situation. So, okay, no, I don't have a mouse again because I didn't click back on the main page. There we go. So, I'm not going to really try to talk about resolution. I'm just trying to identify risk right now. So now I'm switching to email. Email's great, right? Not so much. You get tons of junk. Things get lost in the pile. It can be slow. Email delivery has no guarantee. There's nothing, there's a thing in tech called quality of service. If I make a phone call, I have a guarantee to some extent that the person on the other end will be able to hear me. Remember years ago when cell phones weren't really good, and you'd hear the analog loss on a phone? There was no QoS at that point. So that little phrase, that QoS phrase, is something to keep in mind. There is no quality service on email. When I click send, I have a 99.9999999% chance it's going to get there. But that's sheerly because of relationships. There is no guarantee. I'm not going to get a notice that it failed unless the other end chooses to send me the notice, or something detects that there was a failure. So email inherently is not reliable. Functionally, for most of us, it is very reliable. It feels very stable. Why can't I use that to alert emergency management? Or why can't I use it to let first responders, go out into the field? Well, we've already got good examples of that. During the cutover, the county was cutting over email systems. We were laying host to host. One of the hosts got backed up and it delayed everything by 5 minutes. Now, do you care if I'm sending a notice for a meeting for 2 weeks from now if the email gets to the other guy 5 minutes later? What if that's an alert for 911 that goes to a text message? So I'll alert them to go to an event, and they get it 5 minutes later. It's exactly the type of thing that happened. We were unaware that the county, I shouldn't say the county, certain individuals, because it was personal activity, certain individuals were getting notifications via email, not via actual direct SMS text. That can happen anytime. Happened with the hospital on a regular basis. We had trauma groups. We had our code blue team, cardiac team. When we were using new tech, 99% of the time it was immediate. 1% of the time, they'd get the alert 20 minutes later. Not cool if somebody's having a heart attack. So be very aware of the tool you're using to communicate. If it's an emergency, pick up a phone. Use the phone to send the message. Don't use email. Email is awesome for documentation, not so often for timeliness. Okay? Any questions so far? Anybody on the phone with questions? Okay, I keep moving. So other risks is the cyber attacks, like what happened down in Madison, or what happened with the electrician going in and shutting off both the power supplies to the entire data center. We're done. Your individual cell phone stayed up, though. Your individual radio stayed up. So the other issue there is the internet itself can be somewhat unreliable in that it's not so much recently, but years ago, it could be email would get delayed by a day or two because of a routing problem. So I would go to send from me to you. Well, it doesn't work that way. It goes from me to her to him to that over there, and then bounces around all over the place, and then finally gets to him. So it's like the delivery service, the U.S. Postal Service. It doesn't go from your mailbox to the next mailbox. It gets touched 30 times. Same thing with email. And any one of those touches can cause a delay. Okay? So, email continued. Personal email. So if the work email is being a risk, let's just use personal email. Well, you got HIPAA issues, you got PCI, you got CGIS, you got fill in the blank, some agency or some law or some rule or some regulation is going to tell us you can't use it. But let's even throw that out the window. It's an emergency, I'm going to use it. How do I know who everybody else's email addresses were? Remember, 2,600 for Madison. We've got to have at least 1,000 in our core list for the county. Am I going to put that on my phone? Am I going to distribute that to everybody who might need to email everybody else all the time and keep it up to date? So personal email isn't an absolute rule it out, but how does that keep up to date? That gets back to the big challenge with eSponder and tools like it. If we don't keep it up to date, it's only as good as the last update. Also, the services aren't 100%. Gmail's been down, Hotmail's been down, AOL's been down. Pick it, it's been down. So now are they down a lot? Nope. Do most people think of them as up 100%? Yep. But again, take that next step. How many times do I get an alert when I get an email that's going to make my phone vibrate so that I know that I should go check that email? A lot of people don't have emails set to vibrate because the darn phone would never stop vibrating, right? So I'm only unless I check. Well, how do I know to check?
When you're on a break.
Yeah, so you're on a break and 20 minutes ago you were supposed to be at a fire or at an event or fill in the blank, preparing for a tornado, whatever it is. Do not use email to send SMS alerting. I can't reiterate this enough. If you can avoid it, don't do it. I'm not saying you can't ever use it, but it's not a reliable solution. You talk to Cellcom, you talk to Verizon, talk to any of the companies about their email to SMS gateways, it's a best effort. They can queue up, they can take 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 2 minutes, and that has nothing to do with your device or the internet. That's just, if they happen to get a ton of text messages, if the queue builds up. Think of them as paper messages. I have an inbox and an outbox. I got to process each one. If the pile in the inbox gets too big, I can't get into the outbox fast enough.
So would that be like when you create a text group in Outlook
Yep.
and you send it through Outlook to the text receivers, that would be the same?
You probably have a 99% chance that will work fine.
Yeah. We've had it not, so that's what I was asking.
Yeah, or less. Might even, might be 0.1. I'm not telling you that this is a likely failure, it's a possible failure. Okay. Now the other thing is just to be clear, in events, most likely our internal email, so whether I'm Schwaben and Alloway, Decatur, Green Bay, the county, whoever, our ability to email each other probably stays up, unless I'm hosted in the cloud. So in other words, if I lose internet access and I've got a locally hosted server, that server stays up so I can still email around within the agency. But I can't email outside to the internet. Or if that service is sitting out somewhere else, I might be in trouble. Okay? I gotta get a little bit faster. Oops. So cell phones, I talked about this, you have to have your risks, big events. I talked about Katrina, Sandy, 9/11. Cells were just toast. If you don't have it, get your government, what is it, GETS card, I think it's called. Talk to, if you don't know what that is, talk to her, talk to chiefs, but GETS cards are critical for emergency management.
Can I just add for the big events, even though those are nationally recognized events, we will get cellular interruption even at you're not
Packer
gonna
games.
Packer games. Yep. It's incredible. Just locally, there will be, you'll see it
And all it
more
takes,
than you think.
and all it takes is one tower to be down in a normal situation, and you can have flooding. So you'll have 3-4 towers servicing, micro towers servicing the stadium. I got good signal. I'm able to make calls while I'm in the stadium. But maybe one of the towers just outside, now I'm in my car, and now, 60,000 of my closest friends are in their car, and we're all backed up, and we do a fender bender. We're all trying to connect to a tower. Maybe it's only one tower right now because another tower's out. It happens, physical equipment failure. So this stuff can happen because of weather, storms, hardware failure, just plain density. If that many vehicles went out in Denmark or Wrightstown or Luxembourg or pick any location, even downtown. You add that many additional cell phones, you're gonna have problems. So you need to have plans for this. And I just used the Packer game as an example, because, I'm glad you brought that up. So, FirstNet's coming. My answer is you don't know when, you don't know what it's gonna be, and you don't know how soon, and we don't know what it's all gonna provide. I mean, they've talked about it for 3 years. It's gonna come, but not right now, so we have to have our plans. So that's what the main thing here is keep up to speed on it, don't plan on it because it's not here, so you gotta have your own plans. You gotta have your Wi-Fi, you gotta have your cell phone. If you're getting your GETS cards, if you're gonna get a sat phone, maybe one for an entire office or two for an entire office, or you're creating that emergency kit that you throw the sat phone in. Sat phones can provide internet too. It's really slow, but it's way better than none. So other communications, make the paper binder. That's what Madison's big thing was. If they had just printed out their lists, they'd have been in a much better situation. But they didn't have some of the stuff because one list was at the city and one list was at the county, and they really needed them reversed. I needed the city's list when I'm at the county, and I needed the county's list when I was at the city. Printing that stuff out, even if it's like taking your example of the, let's say there's 1,000, 2,000 numbers in there. How many of them were right?
I know. Exactly.
Well, but how many of them, it gives you at least a 50% chance of being able to call somebody. Better than nothing. So was their big thing is make sure you got a paper copy, even if it's out of date, it's better than nothing at all. Gets you a starting point. Other things you probably know about the RACES, the shortwave people, that's kind of big scale, but we actually have them over in the EOC here. We're all set up for them. You may want to consider, the little handheld ones. Now, yeah, there's licensing issues with that, but in emergencies, well, kind of mea culpa after the fact, So you can get $200, $300 shortwave radios, again, giving yourself some additional communication options for site management. Social media and email. This is actually turning into an interesting solution. NBC actually built their own app for emergency management. It's a way for them to check in to see if all their employees are safe in every single building. Stuff's changing. People, this literally, they have a way, if their entire infrastructure is toast, if those people have cellular internet, they're able to communicate to them. So stuff's coming that's going to change the way we do business. And there's some of it already out there.
Does anybody want to develop one for Brown County?
Well, actually, they would probably share it. They were pretty positive. They were down at the emergency management thing down in Madison last fall. I don't remember when it was. It was very good, though. Make sure you have good fax, phone, radio lists, and then talk to a tabletop. So I'm going to talk about tabletops at the end. We have a sample one from the Department of Homeland Security. Any questions regarding this? Because I want to be able to let Kevin hit it because I'm right on my time here. Okay. And am I preaching to the choir? Do you already know all the stuff I already just brought up? Anything that kind of caught your attention at all?
Yeah, one thing is the GETS cards. Is that something that I can get through you, or is that something that I gotta do?
I can get you information, where to log in to request it, and then they will usually bill you only when you use it. So, and I give you a little more information as to what it is.
Yeah, and the big thing with those is it's insurance, because it gives you a chance of getting a cell call through when the system's overloaded, because it gives priority calling. So I do suggest you at least look into them. Okay, anything else? Otherwise, I'm going to set it up with Kevin. Anybody on the phone with questions? All right. Now, so
So right after Kevin's done, the pizza should be showing up in the next 15 minutes, half hour. So we'll have lunch here. There's a soda machine across the hall diagonal.
Yep, just down in the, break room.
And the water is, have at it. I brought that for everybody, so please, go ahead. Kevin, you're up. Just try it out. No, left, right.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about, just briefly, about our NetMotion product that we use. NetMotion is what we use in our squad cars and else various surrounding agencies use Brown County's NetMotion. So wanted to just touch on it briefly. What is it? NetMotion is our NetMotion Mobility XE Mobile VPN as a software. And what does it do? It provides a mobile VPN designed specifically for wireless environments. Who pays? At this point in time, Brown County pays for the core infrastructure, and the agency pays for the individual licenses. So I know Ashwaubenon is on their own NetMotion. I know Green Bay is on their own NetMotion. But we do have some Green Bay Fire Department connecting in. I believe that here, I think, Brown County Sheriff and some of the remote agencies are currently using NetMotion at this time. We currently have 100 licenses. Several agencies in Brown County use it. And who supports it? Currently, we, Brown County Technology Services, through the Sheriff's Department in Francis, supports our NetMotion. The reason I wanted to just talk about this today is when I get to the next slide here, is we're looking to do an upgrade to our NetMotion software last year. We've had NetMotion in place for about 3-4 years now, and we haven't upgraded from when we basically put it in. So next year, we're going to upgrade our serving software and the NetMotion software itself. One of the things we're going to do with it next year is we're going to, let's see if it's on, yes, 2000 will be upgrading, is we're going to be doing connection profiling on it. Right now, the agencies connect in, they use our internet, and they conduct. What we're going to do a connection profiling basically next year is when the connection is going to be getting established, we're going to check the end device virus software, patch level and that, and if it's not up to the current standards we have in there in the default template, it's not going to allow the connection to happen. We have a lot of connections to all the agencies in that. I know we've had some issues in our comm center with Green Bay. You know, we get a virus and it shuts some things down. So as we've been tightening our security up over time, this is one of the bigger endpoints we have out there where we don't have control over those agencies' end devices. So one of the things, like I said, will be a big help next year is by doing that posture checking, that we can validate, hey, you know, you do have at least virus software running on your computer. You do have Windows updates and things like that that we're going to implement next year. So we just wanted to sort of hit on this morning just to let the agency sort of be aware that there'll be some changes coming next year and that they might have to be a little more proactive on how they handle their patching on their desktops and that. And real quick and sweet, if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them, but just wanted to give an update to everybody. So.
Not sure if you can hear me or not. This is Larry from County Rescue Service.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Just a quick question on NetMotion. Is that something that County Rescue Services, as an EMS provider, even though we're private sector, would we be able to access that as a user or a subscriber?
Why don't you shoot an email over and we'll figure it out.
Okay. And next, one last question is there range limitations?
No, it's basically all provided by you have an internet connection in your vehicle via Cellcom, AT&T, whoever it may be, and that internet connection is what allows you to establish the VPN.
So what you need is, and I'm just going to jump back because you may not have been on for that other presentation, but you'd need something like the Cradle Point.
Okay, understood.
I'll pull that up so you can see it.
And I know it's recorded too, so I can go back and look at it if I need to.
Yep, exactly. So
we're looking at a few technology upgrades over here, and we're just exploring some different options. So I just thought I would dial in and with a couple of questions. Thank you very much.
No problem. Okay. Well, so you don't need to see the. You can actually click on the Cradle Point PowerPoint, and it actually lists the costs. So if you're looking at that tech, It does, both wired and wireless mobile hotspots using
Okay.
cellular, and because it has the two, SIM slots, you'd be able to do like Verizon and the law enforcement, what is it, I always say it wrong, LMS, what's the second? What? No, the thing that's coming up. The FirstNet, but it has the initials, and I don't remember the initials for it. LTE, yes.
Okay.
The LTE. So it could do both LTE and a vendor, so like a standard Verizon's, AT&T, Cellcom, whoever you
All right.
choose.
All right,
Okay?
thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the phone? All right, so for those of you, we're going to be pausing now. We're going to be eating here, and then looks like we're going to be a little bit ahead of schedule, but we're scheduled for 12:30 to start with the Beacon presentation. So we might start that a little early for those of you who are on the call. So thank you. I want to pause it now.
It's just, oh, I don't know why, but it was very bittersweet. When I say that, he made it like, just miserable for everybody. And you would just always work a problem or an issue, and you got to the point where you can say, you know what, this block goes so effectively, I'm just gonna work on something else. We do, he is one, he has got to judge all. I don't, so that experiment doesn't fail for some reason, I can't explain why. And he told me that when it goes into your office, the EOC form is now functional. And they had a handshake problem with the interface between us and Lawrence. Which I think that's been resolved. So in a month, we got accomplished what Pete couldn't get done in literally many years. So I think if we went live today, we would be able to put the collective official, the mayor actually, and the administrator in a room, to at least be able to see the department to add grant monies left over. And I think their grant monies was focused particularly on communications. All I know is that the fire department had no resources. But at any rate, if you remember that plan, you helped us with it. So if it was bad, I'll take it, but you guys really came up with a pretty solid plan. That is moving ahead by about $8,000. So I think that's more than half. And I think the second half is in this budget. So I think for the middle of next year, the pier should be completely checked off. Coupled with, we're going to move to Lawrence, one of our stations for a short while, well, probably for 6 months. Okay. So we'll be able, if Lawrence ever wants to tie in with us, it'll be a flicker of swing. I guess because we've got so much invested in Polycom, they'll totally stick with it is my guess. And, the room, the briefing situation in Mr. Coleman, that's just so neat because the threshold is to replicate what you have done and to develop policy and to conduct regular training and to raise all the it is just, it is a full-time job in and of itself without any support, interest, or resources. And not just people resources, but physical resources. So I think we're going to hit the right pace and go. And I'd love to tell you that we have such an elaborate, well-staffed fire department that myself and Chief Matthew will come here and hang out with you guys. And, I know, we know. That'll be in the heat of battle, and still there won't be enough. So I think that was just the right collection of decisions. Okay. That time will tell. For whatever reason, Jeff, Romer, and really pushed so hard for all of that reality. There's a lot of people in here still with expectations. That's for sure. I helped build that part of the system there for firework support. Something as collaborative minors so much. And I think the airport is going to leave the city at any cost. The city administrator, very understated, very quiet, doesn't really want to go yeah, so you have to ask, and it's really the style to be exclusive and quiet. I'm really surprised still. Because I'm really not that quiet. You know, I don't know what the clicker is and that sort of stuff.
It's right here. I did put it down.
It's like the Catholic Church. Come on, are you serious? Let's put it in. I think having this so we can have a new for I just started all that one information. I don't think they're done with anything.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to get to talk again about Beacon, which is our Brown County Community Network. I start with a brief history, but if anybody has any questions as I'm basically reading off the PowerPoint slide here, please feel free to interrupt and jump in, and we'll take questions at the end too. Beacon was created in 2007. We provide dark fiber services to government entities, telecommunication partners, and not-for-profit agencies throughout the county. The reason Beacon started back in 2007 was we decided as we looked to the future and that of connecting all the county office buildings via fiber and getting off AT&T's T1 Search Internet. At that time, we recognized that, we had data and voice at the time, but as the future moved along, video was going to be, very important in the picture, so bandwidth was only going to increase and increase and increase. So as we created in 2007, we partnered up with the City of Green Bay and the Green Bay Metropolitan Sewage District in that. So those were the three original partners in Beacon when we started it. When I took care of Brown County side, I knew one day the Green Bay School District was going to be original partner. They went out for their funding, but their funding fell through when they couldn't get the 5th high school built. So they pulled out of the network in that. So we did go ahead and build the network in that. And in the design, I made sure the cost is putting the conduit in the ground, not necessarily the fiber in the ground. So when I put it in, I envisioned down the road, 5-10 years, connections to municipalities, maybe the Green Bay School District coming back on, and other entities in that. So we definitely, from a fiber standpoint, we oversized the network. As I go through the presentation a little bit, it's definitely started to pay off now with all our partnerships that we've created throughout the county. And when I say it's truly built a community area network. Beacon consists of approximately 61 miles of fiber in the ground as of August. The cost of fiber varies anywhere between from $80,000 to $100,000 per mile, with the last mile sort of being the expensive. Getting into the building, the piping, and that is all factored into that cost. It's a great investment. We're working right now with Alloway and Swamico. We're looking to get connections into the network, and they're trying to get some funding. And it is expensive, as you can see up front. But as underground fiber and its conduit has a life of at least 25 years, while some experts suggest the fiber could be as long as 50 to 100 years in the ground. So, it's an upfront cost, but it's going to be a one-time cost. Yeah, granted, there might be some maintenance costs, but, you got a good investment for a long time with a tremendous amount of bandwidth. If anybody's interested in Beacon and are looking, please contact me or August. And what I've been referencing everybody to the municipalities, if they're looking for some engineering and project management services, we use MC&E right out of Green Bay here. They've been a partner with us from the beginning, and it's been a wonderful relationship in that. And they've done a really excellent job in that, providing services and information in that. So, there we go. Our partners for public safety and land records, we have the City of Green Bay, the Pier, the villages of Ashwaubenon and Howard have fiber connections into us currently and are using it for public safety related things and land records related items. So, and then our customers that we currently lease our fiber services to on long-term contracts are the school districts, NWPC, UW Green Bay, UW Madison, St. Norbert, the village of Ashwaubenon, and Insight actually too. So we are doing some services for our telecommunications. Just some details. When we install our fiber bundles, we'll install anywhere from 96 to 432 strands in the bundle, depending on the demand and location. Dark fiber requires some equipment to be connected to it to become active. Brown County currently does not provide internet access. That access is normally provided through WISNet, Insight, Time Warner, or another internet provider. And that's really what we're doing for the school districts and all the entities that were listed in the previous slide. We just provide the fiber in the ground and terminate it on the internet. And then the entities take the electronics and manage it beyond that point. Most of our business right now is we bring them out to UWGD to get access to internet, access from WISNet. But we do have several relationships, like with the Green Bay School District, where we're starting over time to connect all the schools in the district back to the central office. We've got some nice arrangements with Ashwaubenon on that. And it's really paid off. I know Jeremy can sort of attest to that, with what we've done with the community center over there, the fire department, the school, and the village, and that where we have some access capacity in the ground. And over time, we built some real nice working relationships with, because it truly is a community area network, The taxpayers, the county paid for this, so I think it's a great thing that we've been building here in Brown County the last several years. Here's a current map of where we do have fiber in the ground through the Beacon network. You can see we've got we're out here at the campus out here. We stretch all the way to the south over here to the Peter Library and the Pier area, and then across the river. We go all the way up to the new zoo, and then we have all the way up to the airport and cover a vast majority of the west side. So we do have a pretty good footprint around the metro area in Green Bay. Just let me jump back one. Here are just some questions and answers. Back, how much does it cost per mile? Is there funding? There are various grants through the federal government. Law enforcement, schools, and libraries have most of the grant options. We're working with someone like the Denmark School District right now with some E-rate possibilities. The same thing with the Pulaski School District. They have some funding out there through E-rate that might allow us to get some fiber in the ground. I know over time there's been public safety related things, so we've been trying to let the entities know, just keep an eye out for things that maybe could help in the continuing expansion of the Beacon network. We are sort of a competition for private sector fiber providers. When we put fiber in the ground, we reach out to the entities to see if we can cost share. We have a real good partner with Insight. We've done some few projects with them. AT&T doesn't care to do any business with us at all. We've tried to reach out to them and that, never get a reply back. We've had some dialogue with Charter now and that. So basically, if we can identify a build somewhere, we contact the partners and say, hey, do we want to cost share, some things like that. We're trying to really subscribe to the, Dave wants. Why have us put our kind in the ground and then AT&T right next to us and Time Warner and Charter and Insight? If we can all share the cost, it benefits everybody in that. So
Also trying to do that with the state.
The state, with DOT, we've had relationships with DOT too and that. So yes. Our future plans is we'll continue to invest in Beacon where approved. Potential future locations include, we're looking at the towers one day. I know Keith and I were talking during lunchtime that, over time, we might want to try to run data off our towers and that, and instead of maybe using Cellcom down the road or AT&T or Verizon for data transmissions, they have more and more bandwidth with the new CAD system, pushing that, then maybe we could start to look to put the data on our existing towers there, start to build out some kind of a data network in the future. Looking, like I said earlier, extending to some of the municipalities, including Pulaski, Wrightstown, and Denmark, and existing Brown County physical locations like the golf course, our transfer station, over on the west side. We have Oneida over there, so looking to partner up, meet with them, just to get on dialogue and let people know that, hey, this thing called Beacon exists. Just to have it in the back of your mind that if you're out with, conversation, hey, that maybe there's some opportunities that come up, because that's really how Beacon really started. Once we had it built, we talked to UWGB about something, and then we started to form a little user group, and we started just talking about a bunch of things, and it was really through communication is how a lot of this network became built. Like Ashwaubenon was a great example. Jeremy reached out and said, hey, what do you guys have there? We're trying to do this, this, and this, and instead of the village doing a construction just to one site, we were able to leverage several things together, and it was definitely a win-win for everybody in that. So, and that's happening with the school districts too in that. So,
So I just wanted to mention also, we're trying to get connectivity to other counties, which would help with emergency management, would help TS, and that would affect us, but there's some more.
Yep, one of the things, I know the county is working on possibility of a technology business park. So we have various sites where we could easily get fiber to, whether it be at the airport. I know they've looked at some sites downtown, the east side, the west side, and that. So sort of an initiative through the executive's office and that to, spur some development and give some of these startups the possibility of high-speed internet access at a very reasonable price and that. So, and if you look, there's other entities. Nashville is a very big place that's doing that these days. You read some of the things there, they're trying to spur, and it's really taking off in that area now. So, some good possibilities out there. So, if you're interested or would like more information, you can contact myself or August in our department, and grant opportunities. And if anybody has any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. So, if August, do you have any comments you want to add?
I just, another thing we mentioned about the Wi-Fi is the technology called WiMAX, and a couple other counties have done it. We probably either do it ourselves or partner, where we might use 2 or 3 channels for the county and then allow somebody like Insight or somebody to be able to sell off the WiMAX service throughout the county. We're also doing, like I said, the inter-county or intra-county. So like us to Door, us to Outagamie, us to Ocano, basically trying to get fiber to our partner counties to provide access inter-county for stuff like 911. But I mentioned just briefly for TS, the idea there is that we'd be able to co-locate equipment. So an example is we did a pretty big build for the 911. That would have been a very interesting thing if we already had physical infrastructure in place. That could have been located at another county's location, and we could have located it in an existing building that already had that kind of services and infrastructure that we would have needed. So we could literally basically build out in another place, and somebody else could build out here. So that's, that's long term. That's not something that's going to happen overnight. But this has taken 7 years to get here, so it'll take us a little while to get those next pieces in place.
And a couple of things we've been working into in regards to talking to the school districts, being that we have connectivity, with the exception of the peer of the other school districts. So as I've talked to the superintendents and their technology people saying, hey, maybe if you offer a class in the Green Bay School District, we can connect the Howard Suantico to Green Bay, to Ashwaubenon, and vice versa, and that they could have one class in a room like this and broadcast that out over the network and not have to do it through the internet. They could have, we'll say, a peer-to-peer network in that. So there's been some interest about that because we also have connectivity in WGV, State Novus and WTC. So they could maybe do a video class at NWTC and push it into the school districts and that. So there's sort of been some talk about that. The other possibilities too, I'm sure Renee would like to hear this. Since we have connections to the school districts, there would be possibilities one day from a public safety standpoint that, for example, I'll just use Green Bay, you could have connection into the network and you could monitor their video surveillance system. So if there was an incident, you would have access into their video surveillance system, whether it be Green Bay or Howard Suantico or Ashwaubenon, because we have those connectivity options right now. So that's something
Yeah, I think that's great.
don't know how far it is to get, but if you.
So just passing that along, that if they get a connection to the Brown County network, whether it's the public safety or in the sheriff's department, so you could be at the squad in transit, you know, and log into the Ashwaubenon school camera system and see what's going on before they even get on site and that. So whether it be in the comm center or in the car or wherever.
Well, they could do it in the car.
So, and I don't know, some of those things, you know, just wanted to, you know, that a lot of these possibilities do exist because of what we have with the Beacon network. You know, so that's all I have. So if there's any questions, I'll push the
I
button.
don't know if there's any more. Yep.
Okay.
We do have a webpage that has most of this information on it. It's out on the main Brown County website. If you go to the county website, then you go to the Department of Technology Services, Beacon. And it has all basically this information, a little more detail, including the map, some other information, some historical stuff, and bandwidth detail. Just at a really high level, really what we're doing is providing highway services, digital highway services. You're providing the car, we're just providing the road. You know, so that access is managed through either you or Westnet or Insight or Time Warner or whoever. We're just giving them the highway or the pipe. We're not actually acting as the internet service provider. Long term, that might change. You know, that's being done in other municipalities and counties where they're sharing internet, primarily because of the cost of security, which we'll be talking about 2 presentations from now. But that's also, we're positioning ourselves to be able to provide those services countywide. So that's another thing that's on the plate just from a future perspective. Questions? Anybody on the phone with questions? Do you hear us on the phone? I hear it.
It's recorded.
Okay. So are you at 15 minutes again? Do we want to jump ahead? Because I don't think anybody's joined, so we're going to just plow right ahead. All right. Without further ado, then, we'll hand it over. You've got the clicker. You're set.
All right, well, I was brought in today to talk a little bit about NUI. NUI is a new communications entity.
Introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Brian Luce. I work in the county executive's office. I will be heading up the new program known as NUI, which is a communications network of Brown County communities and Brown County government. So, like I said, the purpose of NUI is really to unify government communication throughout Brown County by providing a centralized nonprofit management of all of the municipal public education and government TV channels, while still retaining each community's individuality. So we want to increase government communication, promote the local culture, and use economic development. Today, I'm going to talk to you more so about the government communication. So what is PEG? Any community that has cable running through it has the ability to have one of these public education government television stations. And so what we were able to do, because there's 4 currently known, there's De Pere TV, Green Bay TV, Ashwaubenon TV, and Pulaski TV. Previously, what Time Warner had done is just combined, based upon populations, all of these communities into coverage zones. Through the NUI network, what we're going to do is we're going to return each community to its own channel. So Alloy is going to have its own station, Howard's going to have its own station, Lawrence is going to have its own station. Each municipality will be able to have control of the content that they're able to provide. But what if you don't have cable? Well, in addition to those communications, we're also going to be launching an over-the-air television station, a single one, that'll be broadcast throughout the county, bouncing the signal off of the county emergency repeater towers. So that way, anybody who doesn't have cable will be able to access at least some parts of the content on a channel yet to be decided, but it will be somewhere between channel 50 and channel 60 on the television. In addition to that, we're also going to be building web portals for each community so that as they produce content, municipal safety videos, community PSAs, things that they want to get out to their residents about different services, different activities you provide to your residents, we'll be able to put those both on an online portal for your community, as well as we're going to be working with different streaming technologies that allow the cord cutting people are going to, such as Roku or Amazon TV, Apple TV, where we can actually build channels that way as well. So currently, the image on the left shows where the current coverage is. So you can see that Green Bay has the 3 blue communities of Squamico, Howard, and Green Bay. De Pere has Lawrence, Ledgeview, Alloway, De Pere, and Ashwaubenon has Ashwaubenon. The rest of the county doesn't have any current government communication with them. So through this new UI, what we're going to do is we're going to be able to actually unify that. So what that really means from a, well, I'll go over this one. So what that really means from a public safety perspective is that now if we have an emergency going on, we'll be able to communicate over the air to the entire county, or if there's just one thing happening in your community, we can actually put out notices specifically to that community. So if you have a small crisis going on in Ashwaubenon, we will be able to direct messaging specifically to the people of Ashwaubenon without having the rest of the county have to see it. The 2 communities that decided not to go that route and join with the program are De Pere and Green Bay. They currently have their own stations, and while we do have a content sharing agreement with them, they decided that they wanted to retain control of their stations instead of ceding that to the nonprofit UI. So if you, in the event you do have a communication from Ashwaubenon, from Howard, from many of those, this is the way it would go. So the municipality would contact emergency management. Melissa, thank you. We'll have access to the system that's monitoring the program, as will I. And what we will do is we'll work with the third-party vendors. So with Wisconsin Public Service, Time Warner, people who, the companies out there that provide the different services for your residents. Then we'll be able to put out the messages that your municipality needs through the new IO network via social media, via the cable tag channels, and via the over-the-air channel, so that we are providing your residents with the largest opportunity to get access to information in a quick and possible manner. So what does this mean for municipal safety and emergency agencies? Well, the restoration of municipal civic stations equals direct communication with municipal residents. Like I said, you have the ability to air municipal specific safety and emergency preparedness PSAs through the new UI and through the agreements that you have with communities. So Ashwaubenon, for instance, has designated $20,000 for the program. As part of that, your community gets 15 professionally made, high-quality PSA opportunities, which they can use however they choose to. So whether or not that is a something for the board, or that's something for the fire department, or something for the police department, that's up to your municipality to figure out how you want to use those 15 free ones. In addition to that, if you want to designate more money, you can. We have an agreement with 2 local vendors that are going to give significantly discounted rates to make these high-quality productions, so that you won't, when you go out and you want to create a 30-second commercial for your residents, you don't have to pay the $800 to $1,500 that you'll have to commercially. We'll actually be able to do it closer to probably $100 to $200 for it. And then just that you'll gain the ease of access to different social media, because that's where we all know that communication is going. It's going online. People have their phones, have their tablets. That's how they're receiving information these days. So we want to make sure that we're putting a lot of effort into making sure that communication stream is remaining active as well. Because as people gain it through the television, we want to also be able to make sure that they're getting it on their phones, on their tablets, on their computers, so that they have that type of access. There we go. So we'll be working with municipalities that are partnering with the organization in terms of Facebook, in terms of Twitter, opportunities for you to do blast emails, blast texting. I know Melissa just went through the eSponder system today. There will be some other opportunities, maybe in cases where you don't have a crisis and emergency, that we'll be able to provide some of that blast texting services, blast emailing services, so you can really get more connected with your residents. And YouTube will be our hosting for all on-demand content. So when you do produce those PSAs, those different videos, we'll be able to put them on that web portal for you, which you can connect to directly from your municipal website, so that people who are looking for more information on your department, on safety protocols, on ordinances within your communities will be able to find those easily with a high-quality, professionally done video. The organization is being funded primarily through the municipalities. The county was also contributing money towards the organization, and then we'll be going out for donations and sponsorships and whatnot. This isn't going to be a commercial-based television station because of the restrictions of using public education and government television. So this is going to be commercials that are done by your community, PSAs, safety videos, things that interact with and provide a public with a good source of knowledge. And it's really going to work if we all come together as a community. We don't want to have this as a patchwork kind of network. Our ideal is to have everybody involved. We're on our way to having that happen, and we're really excited about that. We're going to be, we met with a lot of the larger municipalities. They've already committed some of their dollars and their budgets. And we'll be reaching out to the towns that don't have the cable so that we can start talking to them about the opportunities that are available to them over the air channel. Does anyone have any questions? All right, thank you.
So he got done much quicker than expected here. So any feelings on taking a break right now, or do I jump right into this? Because we have a 15, or we had planned on trying to fit a 15-minute break in here. Everybody need a break? All right. I'm going to start up and we'll get out of here early. If you need to take a break, please do. Take a second to come up. So, some of you have seen this a little bit. I've updated it. You know who I am, August Everman, CIO Brown County. These numbers really haven't changed. We're still seeing, if you take all attacks, this is from the FBI, this is coming from various other sources. Of all the attacks, roughly 50% of them are cybercrime, 45% are hacktivists, and 5% are espionage and warfare. The county's actually seeing a little bit different numbers here. We're probably at 70 to 80% here, and the remainder in hacktivists, very little espionage. But we are seeing it, believe it or not. We've had attacks from North Korea, Iran, and a few other countries, and we'll be hitting that in a few seconds. I'm going to go through this quite quickly, so please stop me if something comes up, because there's a ton of slides, and I don't want to both make this a death by PowerPoint. All right? So, talking about the cybercrime, this particular web page, I'm going to click through to it. I really do want to show it. I have to close that. Bear with me for a second. Huh. Yeah. Looks like the plugin is not operational on this site, so. I thought I was in Firefox. Did I not pick Firefox? I did not pick Firefox. Thank you. So, this is real time. This is a sampling of about maybe 1,000 websites on the internet. Anybody can go to this website. What you're seeing are real-time port attacks from primarily Russia and China into the U.S. and the rest of the world. This is literally happening right now. So when somebody talks about cyber attacks, it's not like it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago where, you know, it happens, it's once in a while. One of the estimates is a computer live on the internet without security patches and antivirus will last anywhere from 5 to 15 minutes before it's fully compromised. I actually did the test at St. Vincent's. It took 7 minutes. And that was 6 years ago. So what you're seeing is real-time attacks. There are tons of different types of attacks. Right now, looks like Saudi Arabia is the #1 source of attacks. This site really doesn't tell you exactly who's doing the attacks. It tells you where the attacks are coming from. It doesn't tell you who is doing the attacking. What they'll do is they'll compromise your computer and then use your computer to attack someone else. So I would say read this thing with a grain of salt because it doesn't really tell you the source of the attack other than the physical source. Sort of like I break into somebody's house and start it on fire. Was that the person who lived there that started the fire? Or was it the person breaking in? Well, the person breaking in did it, right? Well, this doesn't tell me who did the break-in. This just tells me the event. Somebody did, took a shot from a house. Well, that street address, there was gunfire there. Or there was a fire at that street address. So any questions about this? I'm going to jump past it, but I just wanted you to see it because it is quite an eye-opener for many people.
Is there something in Seattle and like St. Louis?
So there's primary internet hubs for this service monitoring in those 2 locations. So they just happen to have more monitoring there. If this service had more monitoring points, the attacks would be more spread out. But those 2 locations, so you have primary hubs, Seattle, St. Louis, Chicago, New York. So there's a couple of key spots, LA, where there are, call them internet hubs, where primary access is provided. So it is not uncommon to see attacks centered around those type of locations. Just an FYI, the stuff down here is telling you what type of attack it is and what port's being attacked, that sort of thing. So these are different types of attacks. To give you a physical analogy, I'm checking all the windows to see if they're open. I'm trying keys on doors. I'm just screaming, let me in. So they're trying different mechanisms to access these different computers. So it's not so much that you care about the specifics of the attacks, just realizing that it's real time.
It shows the keystroke that comes over is neutralized. I'm assuming that if we're counting them, that it gets intercepted and resolved.
Not necessarily, because this could get a pass through, or it's I'm trying to think of a safe analogy for this, but some of these attacks are secure connections. So we know that they're there, we can block them, but we can't stop them. So a good example is that the county gets attacked 8 to 20,000 events a day. We block, those are known events, so we block them, so we saw them. But what about the ones we didn't see? And that's when Francis and Ryan and the rest of the IT staff ended up having to go and clean a computer because it got passed. It wasn't obvious what the attack was. So this is just known attacks. And they aren't all blocked. Okay, any other questions on this? Otherwise, I'm gonna keep moving. So I'm gonna leave that up so we can go back to that at the end of the presentation, just to give you a little sense of how much mess we're dealing with, to see how many attacks there were. So that site we were looking at is a very small number of the actual attacks. It shows you that they're live. Many of them are automated. And that there are compromised computers that were attacked, now attacking other computers. Somebody's grandma's computer got infected. It's being used to attack a bank. FBI shows up at her house and she offers them cookies. And then they take her computer and she never sees it. Evidence forever. So, hacking is a real threat. Oops, went too fast. Cybercrime. 90% of the cybercrime is Russian. Still true. We did the presentation about a year ago. It's still a fact. Russians are good at stealing money. They're not as interested in that espionage. They do espionage, but they are far and away the cash hogs. They have stolen billions and billions of dollars. And it's probably tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of dollars. So you wonder how they can do all this cool stuff. They hire rooms full of people like this and pay them all $2 an hour, $5 an hour, and they all make phone calls. So they create a call center and say, "Hi, I'm Microsoft. Your computer's infected. Give me your username and password and your credit card number and your social security number." And then if they get all that info, they turn around and sell it, and the person gets an extra buck, and the guy running the room gets $50, $100 for every identity, maybe another $10 for the credit card. Although those prices are coming down, you'll see that right here. It's $15 for an identity. When I was in the military, it was like $400 for an identity. Why would the price go from $400 to $15? Supply and demand. So supply is up. Because there's still a demand. It went up a lot. You can buy and sell credit cards. They're up a little bit right now. This number's a little bit old. During the Target attack, they were down between $1 and $3, or about $4 a piece right now in blocks of 1,000, or blocks of 10,000. So you buy 10,000 credit cards for about $4 a credit card. Supply and demand.
How do we know that was like?
They published it on the web. You ever hear of Silk Road?
Yeah.
Silk Road was a website. You could buy people on it, slaves. You could get people murdered on it. You could buy identities. It was the black market of anything. It was and the Russians ran it. Eventually, they finally got it shut down through Interpol and everything. It's back up again, of course. You can do credit card transactions for about $3 to $5 grand. You can go onto one of their websites, pick an IP, and have a denial of service. An hour, what is it? These prices are up a little bit. A DDoS was $200 to $2,000 when I wrote this. I think it's like $300 to $3,000 now to shut down a site. So I'm testing you. You run a business. I look up your IP address. I pay these guys with a credit card, and they deny service to your website for however long you gave them cash for. It's a business. They got an 800 number. One of the FBI guys I was talking to, he called their 800 number, and he said, "Well, this is, so-and-so from the FBI." And he said, "That's nice. What can I do for you?" They don't care, because nobody's going to do anything to them. So, this just gives you a sense of the risk up here. They have services. Just the latest thing, I just saw another one. Brand new services for hacking. They're selling hacking
packages now. So now you don't even need to know how to hack. You just download, like you can download Word or Excel or PowerPoint. You can download the Hack Windows 7 package or Hack Windows 10 package or the Hack Linux package. And then you can get add-ons for X amount of money. All through these websites. So this is actually getting to be even bigger business. Activists, you've heard about this. This is what happened down in Madison. The thing I was talking about this morning about the Madison attack. That it continues to be an issue. They just released this morning. What are they going to do? Did anybody hear this? Anonymous is going to release the names and home phone numbers and addresses and everything of all of the Ku Klux Klan. They've been monitoring them for over a year. They're going to release it all. So they're doing something that they believe is right, whether it's doing something against police or fire or the Ku Klux Klan or whoever. So they have a cause. They don't like somebody. They do like somebody. They're all doing their thing. Sometimes we might all agree with them. Sometimes not so much. They didn't really help anybody by messing with Madison. That was not good for the public. It wasn't good for anybody. So cyber espionage warfare, really seriously, in Wisconsin? What, who cares, right? Well, apparently China does. They broke into a company, Cinnavel is the name of the Chinese company. They broke into the company over in Manitowoc that makes the windmills and stole the software for the control system. They'd already stolen all the schematics because they just bought a windmill and then reverse engineered it, but they didn't have the source code for the software. So they hacked that company, stole their source code, and now it's out on the internet. That company fired 56 people because of it. The company went out of business. It was subsidiary. And I have the details on it a little bit later. Also, China compromised 75 U.S. airports and 79 confirmed energy grid attacks in 14 alone. It's real. Cost of hacking. You already heard this before Home Depot. $34 million so far. The Target one, $300 million. The other estimates are over $1 billion if you include their operational costs. So does anybody know how Target got attacked? So somebody walked in the front door and stole stuff, right? No. They went to a partner, hacked the partner, an HVAC vendor, heating, venting, and cooling. Hacked one of the accounts of a guy who did maintenance on the Target HVAC stuff. The guy had a legitimate account. So if you're the Target security guys, how do you protect from that? I got a list. Here's all the good guys, bad guys. Hi, I'm Jimmy. My badge says I'm Jimmy. I'm from HVAC vendor, blah blah blah. He has all the credentials. He's perfectly legal. He's got the badge. Let him in the building. And then he walks in and steals your blind and walks out the door. That's what happened. So Target themselves were not hacked. They were arguably because the data was stolen, but it was stolen through a partner. That's a very common attack now. Attack your weakest point. They attacked the Pentagon by going after a Chinese restaurant. They put a virus in the PDF for the lunch menu, and they knew by tracking that that Chinese restaurant was very popular. So they put a virus in the PDF. Everybody goes to that. So that's called poisoning the well, and you'll see that a little bit later. That was a way for them to attack. They didn't attack directly, they attacked through the partner, through the side door. So, any questions so far? I'm gonna keep moving. So, where are you being attacked? They don't care where you are. They don't care if you're at home. They don't care if you're at work. They don't care if you're shopping. You are a target. You're all three of those is a target. They don't care if you're a kid. Identity is an identity. Money is money. Russians don't care. Give me cash. And it's just life. It is what it is. So be aware you're being attacked. This graph is probably my favorite graph. It's an awful graph too. Don't really need to keep track of all the details down here, other than the fact, it's hard for me to explain that in 2006, we had a lot of attacks. Nothing like today, though. Crap got bigger, didn't it? This just gives you an idea how much and how variable the attacks are year over year. If you look in here, this was Microsoft shutting a whole bunch of servers down. Shrunk it, they rebuilt. Now Microsoft, the FBI, and AT&T and somebody else got together, shrunk them again in 2012. You heard it in the news, I don't know if you remember that. They really shut them down, shrunk them up. Look where they were at the end of 14. We've seen this already. Now, how do you protect yourself? So I'm going to start putting these, you're going to see these slides throughout. I'm not going to go through them in a ton of detail, but this is something to think about, protecting yourself at work and at home. I'm not going to go through them all, but you can do stuff at home and at work to protect yourself from attacks. It's in the PowerPoint. I want to try to get you out of here early, so we're not going to go through these in a ton of detail. But you can do things to protect yourself. The biggest thing is don't use default passwords, and I'm going to talk to you about that in a minute. Okay, again, no. This site lists hundreds of thousands of default passwords for hardware. So if you have a baby cam and you don't change the password on it, it's posted there and your IT is probably listed. So I can go out, click the link, it auto-fills in the user ID and password default because you didn't change it, and I get to look what's going on in your kid's bedroom. One of the guys demonstrated this. He was turning on off lights in people's houses, locking and unlocking doors. Now, he happened to know where it was, but could just as easily be a bad guy. If you do not change your default user ID and password, you effectively left your front door open and put a big sign up saying, my money's in the safe, here's the comm. Door is open, come on in. Change default user IDs and passwords. You can go to this website and see lots of really scary stuff. I set it down here, reset your passwords. So, what kind of risks? 3 million IPs involved in cybercrime or cyber attacks in 1 year. 3 million. Okay, what happened to us? Oh yeah, it does. Unfortunately. Every one of you probably knows somebody, either in your family or in your circle of friends, who's had this stuff happen to them. Did any of you shop at Target? If you did, you're already on the list. Because all those credit cards are in the Russian cans. The kid who did the attack figured out the software to attack credit card readers. Guess how much he got paid? They made at least $20 million off it, before they got caught. Some estimates are higher. How much do you think the kid who figured the software out got paid? Just make a wild guess. What was his payday? This Russian kid.
New skateboard.
$2,000.
In a bottle of vodka.
Probably.
That's incredible.
So, business. This is business to them. And they're paying people to hack you. And they go to work in the morning and hack you all day and then go home. And if they do succeed in hacking you, they get their bonus. They get their $50. They get their $2,000. The guy who's doing the guy ringleader or whatever it is the one making all the money, but it's a business. So down at the Med College, I won't say who she was, a very nice lady. She left all of her username and passwords in her email. Now, she couldn't remember them all. She had 30, 40 passwords. She had left her bank user ID and password as a temp email in her email account. They hacked her email account. 2.5 hours later, her bank account was empty, her savings account was empty. Both of her credit cards were maxed. 2.5 hours. And all they did was get her email address, her username and password for her email, because she put everything in there. And even a couple things she didn't think she had in there, but she had passwords in. Problem was, they saw an email from MasterCard. She said, forgot password. Where'd the email go? The account they own. They stole from her. So the email comes through. Yeah, I want to reset my password. Boom, bang. They just reset the password. Now she can't log in. They have her password to her MasterCard. 2.5 hours, everything gone. Business is hacked. You know, Anthem, insurance. So now this is where you start thinking about yourself and your family. Target, Home Depot, Sony, AMST, that's the one that literally went out of business. Their subsidiary that was doing the software, they're gone. Shut the company down because of the espionage. Russian government, Pentagon hacked, $21.5 million, Office Personnel Management. Now, little stuff. Ewensburg Central School District, $2.5 million. They almost lost all of it, but the bank called and said, you want to keep doing these transfers? And the lady said, what transfers? Well, the $500,000 that you're transferring to Latvia. What $500,000 I'm transferring to Latvia? Well, you authorized it. They got 2.5 back, but lost 500. Their entire account was 3. That school district would have been toast if they hadn't caught it. And as it was, they lost, of their $3 million, they lost 500,000. Think about that if that was your school, long-term capital fund, and you lost $500,000 of it because of hackers. 150,000, Stanley Boyd School District here in Wisconsin. Payroll trick. Back to they were, the one with the CIA guy. You call up Verizon calls Verizon. Well, I'm not really Verizon, but I think I am. Well, I'm out in the field, I'm trying to take care of so-and-so. They get the phone number, what's this pen again? Look at the pen, and they go. They didn't do any hacking, it was all social engineering. They faked that they were the person. We'll talk about that in a couple minutes here. CryptoLocker, ever heard of this one? Your machine gets all encrypted, you can't do anything. I know you guys. We've been hit in the county far too much with it. But it's thousands of businesses. In 2013, there was 4,000 businesses and households reported. And they would charge anywhere from $100 to $5,000 to get the data back. Wait, we need a battery on this. So here's an eye chart for you. These are all the attacks in 2014. This is a report from Verizon in 2015. Why do I care about this? Well, this tells you these are reported attacks. What it does is talks about cache and volume. So this is the cost per record over here, and this is the number of records. The interesting things, 100 million records. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. 5 of the breaches involved 100 million records. Then you go up here, I only lost 100 records, but they were 100,000 apiece. Eye-opener. Where are we? We're between these two right here. These are statistics based on 2014. If you get hacked, this is what the actuarial say it's going to cost you based on the sample. So there's statistics for this now. So most likely we're somewhere between $360,000 and $900,000 in expense for a hack. 300 is on the low end. So we have 250,000 residents, give or take. Just give you an idea of where we fit. On the high end, if we got tons of fines, $10 million. And this stuff happens fast. Okay, where's the attacks? Well, my high-tech handwriting here. How are they doing this? Email. 77% of the attacks are email. They get you to do something, they get you to release something, they get you to send your username and password. They somehow get you to do something that you shouldn't. And it's via email. or the email itself has crap in it. Both, that's all in this same pool. There's a virus embedded in it, there's a Trojan embedded in it, there's some sort of malicious code in that email. So, this gives you a little bit of an idea. You see our volume hasn't really gone up a ton in terms of the blue and gray is the real email, stuff we're sending. This is Brown County specifically now. We didn't really go up a ton, right? From November 2012 all the way through July. We're still right around 220,000. Look at the spam was way up around 1.6. How come the spam's way down here now? It's half, it's 800,000. Isn't that a big win? They're targeting now. They used to send an email to 20,000 people, and then it was 1,000, then it was 100. Now they send emails to like 3 or 5 people, and they target them. They go, oh, Northeast Wisconsin accounting buyers for the local government. And they research you, and they send only to you. And they specifically look up some conference that you might attend or whatever, and they put an attachment, they put the virus in the attachment, and they send it to you. Quick update on your upcoming conference. Please see the attached announcement. And it looks real, and it's sent to you and all of the other people in your group. And it's sent to communications people, or emergency management, or project managers, or police, or fire, or name it. They can go very narrow, very targeted, and then attach garbage. So that going down is not awesome. It just means they're targeting fewer people, but much better. And you can ask the techs about how good they are at getting viruses into our network. So how's the email actually used to attack? 99% of the time, it's embedded links or attached viruses. Normally, it's a PDF with a brand new virus. There's code you can download for free, which will auto-generate a virus that's never been seen before, attaches to the back of the PDF, and then I send it off. The minute the user opens the PDF, I get to run an HKey local user, protecting things. I don't have to have local admin in the machine. I run as HKey local user, and I can install crap. So I basically get a terminal session on your PC the minute you open the PDF. As long as the PDF's open, I have access. It takes me anywhere from 5 to 20 seconds to install some client software that looks like you installed it because you clicked on the link, so you gave it permission. Now I remote control your machine and use it to do stuff. I can turn your camera on. I can install keyloggers. I can do just pretty much anything to your machine. That's what happened to the lady in South Carolina where they lost, 33 million Social Security numbers. She clicked one link. That installed a rootkit on her machine as a local user, not local admin, but local user. They sat there and waited until they got more rights and more rights and more rights. They waited until a tech guy logged in. Oh, now they got the username and password for advanced rights. So then they could go to another machine. So now I can go to 3, 10, 20, 30 machines. I can go to all the machines, but I still don't have admin. I got local admin. I just sit and wait until I get full admin. They got full admin, got hold of Social Security numbers, boom. So one lady clicked one link. So in here, the embedded links, they'll attach a PDF, a zip, a doc, an exe. Basically, anything with an attachment, I can pretty much put crap on the back of it, and your antivirus won't catch it, and I'll be able to remote control your machine. So we can't stop opening attachments, but just be aware, every single attachment and every single virus or every single email is a risk. There's nothing I can do about it. I can protect you from the known viruses, but when they auto-generate brand new viruses that have never been seen before, they're going to get through, and then these guys will have to come clean it up after that. We're getting better, but they're faster. They only have to get through once. It's the game of defense instead of offense. They'll use your email. Let's say you've got nothing of interest. Your home computer, all you do is play solitaire on it. They still love that computer. It's awesome to steal. It's the best thing. Because now I can attack other systems and use, like I can steal credit card data and let it sit on your hard drive for 6 months. Makes it really hard to track. So now they got to track 6 months of data because you're playing solitaire doing nothing. The transfer went to you and then just sat there. And you just get buried in sheer volume. You get protection through obscurity. Nobody checks on it, then I can steal it from there, go to the next machine, and I let it sit there for a month or two, go somewhere else. And I don't want to let it sit too long, so now they're probably measuring in weeks because old data is worth less to them now. And so this is, again, talking about that website where they're selling identity and credit card data. The newer it is, the more it's worth. So they're making those hops quicker, but it's still awesome to use your home computer instead of theirs. Now the FBI is going to knock on your door, not theirs. So they hack everybody. So simple request for sensitive information. Oh, I'm from IS. I just want, what's your username again? Forgot. IS is never going to ask you that question, but they'll do that. They'll get a, like a Skype number or a Google Talk number, basically a free phone number in your area. They'll put some fake number on the front of it and call you and say they're from IS. Could you just give me their username again? The FBI guy demonstrated that. He actually hacked a company in, I think it was like 15 minutes he had local admin. He did nothing but use his phone. No hacking in the computer sense. He called their HR, said he was IT. He asked about that person who just started, and I can't remember their name, and I got to create their account, and I'm not in the office. What was their name again? Of course, they handed off all the info. Called the lady up and said, I don't remember what we set your password to. What was it? So she gave it to him.
Don't worry, Justin, I did that for you.
This is a very depressing presentation, August. I have to. Worse and worse as the hour goes on. Yeah. 21 to 26% of young adults have been hacked. Oh.
And continue to operate even after they've been hacked the same way. So, here's some examples of link spoofing. The email shows you that. The actual email has a little .nz on the end, or .ru, or a .something. When I hover over it, they don't match. Bad, 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 bad. If it's a bit.ly, if this is what you see and this is a bit.ly address, stop. Never click on a link unless the address that shows in the hover matches the actual published address. And even then, you want to make sure, sometimes they'll actually put right in here, HTTPS, www.americanbank.com, LLC.com.ru. They'll put it right in the link. It looks right, except that the .com.ru, RU is the end, not .com. They made a whole domain called .com, and they basically steal addresses through that.
Bit.lys aren't bad in themselves, so like, I use Bit.lys on Twitter all the time, but you're talking about if you have a direct link and you hover over it and you see a Bit.ly in the...
Probably not. There are sites, or like the feds will ban Bit.ly. You cannot send Bit.ly links through the feds. They just ban it altogether. The domain is blocked. Yeah. Because I'm a bad guy. What's the easiest way to get me to get you to click?
You hide behind a Bit.ly.
Yep. I do hacking RLS at RU. RU is Russia. And I make the Bit.ly, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, dot. So the Bit.ly looks perfectly safe. I click it and boom, I'm dead. Okay.
Dead? I don't know if you're dead. You're in trouble.
Well, no, the computer's dead, not the person. But they'll even list like this. They'll sometimes do this right in the email because a lot of people will only pay attention to the front half of it. Yeah. We had that at the Med College. China was attacking us for genetics data. They hacked some mechanic in Canada, redid part of his website. So the rest of the website worked, but part of his website had www.mcw.edu and then his website. So when people looked at the URL, they saw www.mcw.edu, so they clicked. It wasn't our website, looked like our website, acted like our website, took the username and password and then forwarded them to our website. And they tried again and it worked. Oh, there was something wrong with the website. Hundreds of passwords stolen. And the reason was people didn't pay attention to this little bit added on the end. They got, I mean, you know, these weren't stupid, these are genetic researchers, not stupid people. But they're in a hurry and they look to the front and, you know, it looks right, so. So another one is the email addresses. They don't match. I can put a .nz on the back, so I basically cheat and get you the email content from an email that is 100% real except the reply. So I steal an email from, I don't know, FedEx or whoever, and leave the whole thing alone except the reply button. I click the reply button, it goes to Russia instead of FedEx. Okay. So, what can you do? Be suspicious of links. Double check the addresses. If you want more information, here's tons of information on it. Watch the from addresses. Even if the from address looks right, they can fake it. It's one of the other things. Remember I said email is the best thing in the world? Here's another reason why. I can send an email to you. You want me to be former President Bush or Obama or whoever. I can be whoever you want and send you an email. It'll look like it came from that address. You can even do a click reply and it'll go to them and they'll go, and we didn't send that. So you've got to be really careful with the from address and anything that looks suspicious. So this is all called phishing. I send emails out, target them to specific groups. I try to get you to send me information, or even better, information about other people. Who was that extra new person in the emergency management group?
Don't do it, Melissa.
I won't.
Do you know who else is going to be at the next CMP meeting? Email lists to them are gold. That's a bonus. I'm going to get an extra $1 that day, or $10 or whatever, you know, their bonus is. Because more targets, especially if I can associate it with emergency management. So I can hook that email address with the name, with the role. I can spit that into some system or have somebody call these people. I can say, hello, you know, I know you're from Brown County and I was just trying to follow up on the project you were working on. So one of them, they did, I think it was like 15 calls before they asked for credit card information. They made fake POs and they would do credits back. I don't know why our system keeps sending you those invoices. Because we're trying to hack you. So phishing, there's a bunch of things you can do. Just take a look at this at your leisure. Passwords. Is a complex password better than a long password? Just right, you know, before you even read this. Long one's better. Think passphrase. I like phishing in the UP is way more secure than XP123D_! I see if this squinting face, you know, what, how could that be? Well, we'll take a look. Is it going to come up?
Better hover first, just to make sure.
Yeah.
You clicked awfully confidently on that.
Yep. Fine, I'll type it. Oh, no, there it goes. So what did I say? XP123_! These numbers are understated too. Yep. That's how long it'll take these with a computer without a GPU. GPU is a graphic processing unit. You can put multiple GPUs in a PC. I know about this because of the medical college. I could cut that by a factor of anywhere from 100 to 1,000 by using the GPUs.
Now do I like fishing in the UP? What?
I love Killian. Ooh, cool. I didn't even know that was a thing.
And it's still not right. Remember, it's going to be rounded down, so it's not really that long. Which password's more secure?
Why didn't they teach us to use passphrases from the beginning of the internet?
Because we didn't have computers that could create 400 million combinations of text in a few seconds. Think about it. How hard is it for the computer to generate every combination of 8 characters? Literally every combination of anything you can type. But the minute you keep adding single characters, so let's even just go, I'm going to just do it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, it's going to, because I'm doing the numbers, it's going to go 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. I'm just doing 1, 2, 3, 4. You'd think that I'd get that one. And really, that's why I'm saying this site isn't actually accurate. In my hacking table, I would have all the numbers in a row. And they call them hash tables or hack tables or pass tables. There's a whole bunch of names for these things, but they literally send these around and share them with each other with the likelihood that you're going to put some phrase or keyword, even longer ones, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That one's going to be in the table. But I like fishing in the UP. That one's not going to be in the table. Especially if you put just a single underscore in it anywhere, or an exclamation point, or you put a number in it somewhere. So somebody just make up one for me.
I have a question though.
Okay.
When I have a lot of like times where they make you create a password, a lot of times, even in like businesses, when you log in, they'll always say, must have one uppercase, one lowercase, one special character. And why don't they just say, must be 20 characters long?
Because they're still following the old rule. And there's some of it's legal. The federal government or the state or somebody decided that's the way it has to be. So it doesn't matter if it's secure, that's what the law says. So you're going to do it.
Somebody wanted a rule.
Uh-huh. And I'll talk about that in a minute, but just give me another one. Give me a long one.
Try swapping on WI. I'm sold. I'm going to change my password.
Why isn't there an education on this being done more widespread? This is my
Get you on the national circuit.
I'm trying. So, are you convinced that long passwords are better?
Yeah.
Okay. So, protecting your passwords. So you just brought up something. How do I handle all the places that make me use a 12 or an 8 character or 10 character password? It's got to be exclamation points or whatever. Well, use LastPass or something like that. I recommend LastPass. They've actually been hacked. They didn't get a single password. They got the database. Problem is you got to have the database and the key. Guess who has the key? So they had to go through the hash table of all of these passwords and try to map them up. And LastPass just said, well, we believe our hash tables have been compromised, so just change your password. The minute that happened, they lost everything.
The hackers lost.
Yep. Because the good news and bad news, LastPass and 1Password. Good news, very hard for the bad guys to hack it. Bad news, if you forget your password, sorry, they don't have it. Nobody else has it but you. So they generated a lock that matches your key. Your key is your password. They don't know what the key was. They just generated it. So if you forget, I like fishing in the UP,
You're not getting in. And I've had people do that. They've called me up and said, you know, I used your last password, but I forgot the main password. Sorry. Yep, start over. So whatever you're gonna use as your main password for some of these services, make sure it's something very memorable. You know, if you got a safe, write it down, put it in a safe, just in case. So these systems then can generate awful passwords. Just stuff that you would never remember, you know, XT_A0, Control P S. That's the password. Meets all of the silly requirements for whatever place it is, but it stores it in here, now I don't have to remember it. Okay? So that's one way to handle those sites that do the awful stuff. You don't want to use the same password everywhere. It's very tempting. All of us want to. I do. If I get hacked, what password are they going to try in the next place? The password they got. What do you mean I get hacked? I'm going to pick on Cellcom. They hacked Cellcom. They hacked the database. They got my username and password. Who cares? It's just my phone, right? What?
Go ahead and pay my bill.
Exactly. What do you think they're going to try on my email account? Same username and password. And how many times do you think they're going to be successful?
Yeah, I know.
So if you're going to make copies of your passwords, put them in a safe spot. And that's not on a spiral notebook sitting next to your computer. Am I wrong? Is the small house fire right next to a computer, the big rat's nest where the electrical is?
Or an email to yourself sitting in your email.
Yeah, please no. That lady will never do that again. But tons of us do it. We're in a hurry. I don't want to have to remember this. I can go check it on my phone. Okay, can I keep going? So, mobile attacks. If you don't have a PIN on your phone, just hand me your cash. Seriously. You're giving it away.
For some of the newer ones, if you have the fingerprint capability, is that?
That's way better than nothing.
Okay.
Just make it so I can't pick it up, swipe it, and look at your email. Because guess what? If I have your email, I have what?
Everything.
Because you've registered your bank and your cell phone and your everything to the same email address, right? It's easier that way, right? So I just look through your prior email. Oh, your Fidelity account. Oh, yeah, okay, I'll just click on the link. Oh, I forgot my password. Click. Oh, yeah, it comes back to the mailbox on the phone. I changed my password on the phone. I didn't do any hacking yet. I just picked your phone up. I now have your Fidelity account. Thank you. And then your bank, your cell phone, your fill in the blank. Because they all email back to your main account. So, different passwords, different emails. Set up a separate email for registration, like maybe a financial one, a security one, whatever. Make 5, 6 different emails. You have a spam account. I bet a bunch of you have one. Do that for security. Okay? Now, on your Androids, how many of you have an Android? I'm Russian, I love you. You're fantastic. I love, everyone should carry an Android. There's upwards of, in the last, I think it was 2014, 1.5 million breaches these are unique breaches, not quantity. This is just unique breaches on Android. It is the #1 hacked platform. Get antivirus on it and put a pin on it, and don't put anything on that Android that you feel like you can't lose. If you have any banking information, take it off. Androids are a target, period. I'm not telling you the Android's bad. I'm just telling you it's a target. And if you're going to keep an Android, buy a new Nexus with the auto updates, or that was the 6
6S or 6X or something like that. There's 2 new models of Nexus, and those have automatic updates. The problem with most of the Androids you've got, they're at least 2, 3, 4, 5 versions of old. They have no security patches, you have no PIN on it, and there's probably malware on every one of them, unless you've got antivirus on the phone right now. And you don't take my word for it, just go search virus space Android, and you'll be stunned. Yeah.
That includes like whole banking apps,
Yeah. Well, because I just put a keylogger on you.
right? You wouldn't want that in your phone.
Not unless you are confident that machine is secure.
Well, thanks to you, I'm not secure at anything.
Well, is what it is. So,
Why is this, I'm sorry, I just don't quite understand if this is such a big deal for Android and not for Apple users. Why is anyone using Android?
Google is right now coming out with Google for Business or the Secure Google Android service, specifically because of this. When they did the Android platform, the intent was that the vendors would upgrade as they patch stuff. The vendors opted out of that. Samsung and everybody else under the sun. They'll spin out a version, and then if you want the upgrade, you got to buy a new phone. How many of us buy a new phone when there's software updated? That's what the phone companies are doing, Verizon. So whether it's the hardware platform or the provider, they're blocking the updates.
The money making factor.
And it's starting to bite them in the butt. So now you see vendors who are allowing updates and or they're going to go to this new reference platform where no matter what, the phone gets the updates. Like you see with the Apple.
Yeah.
You have no choice. Windows 10, you have no choice. You're getting the updates, period. I don't like it either, but on the whole scheme of things, it's way better than having a 15-year-old vulnerability that I can hack indefinitely. And that's the way it is right now with phones. So you're right, it's a risk. If you can figure out how to get me on national TV, I'll say it.
I don't know about national, but I can do that.
Sure. Well, I was on a couple of TV stations about 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Wasn't real long, but it was 5-10 minute, or not even that, 5-minute discussion, which is still pretty long for nightly news.
It is.
And secure wireless. If you don't see a lock on your wireless when you're connecting, it can be hacked, period. You don't have to know anything about hacking. You can download the software. You can buy tools to do it. You don't have to know a thing about technology. You just buy the stuff, follow the instructions, turn it on, and you're hacked. What they do is they listen to the packets as they're transferring, and they literally keep track of the data from your phone, your phone, your phone, your phone, your phone. They record it all and then play it back. I get to watch the screen you open. I get to see what you're typing. I get to see what's transferred, unless you have an SSL connection. Even then, sometimes, depending on how good that connection is, I might make a mistake and I might send some of it secure, some of it insecure. Anything that's insecure, I get. I just own you. Except it's even worse because it specifically looks for credit card data. It specifically looks for banking, user IDs and passwords. It just crawls through all of the stream and just spits out useful data. It's about a hacker. So you don't want insecure connections. Just a suggestion, never log in on a public terminal in a hotel. Ever.
When we had my first child, we had a bunch of pictures that were taken, and I went on to the public network there at the hospital and put my pictures on Facebook. That computer was dead within like a week.
Because what'll happen is it'll be the other way too. As it's downloading, if it recognizes a normal download, it will attach a virus to the back of it dynamically. So the download you started didn't have a virus. By the time you actually download it, it does have a virus. It's streaming injection. Any public Wi-Fi. I could put one in this room. We have insecure Wi-Fi right now. I admit it. I could put one, normally what they do is they'll look like a stack of styrofoam cups, or the original one was a big pineapple drink with 2 straws sticking out of it. It was at a hacking conference. He took one of the drinks, beat it out, dried it all out, put a little basically mini PC in it with a Wi-Fi and then 2 straws. He stuck the antennas inside it, and then set it in the center of the table and hacked all of the hackers in the room. So now to this day, they're called pineapples. You do a search on pineapple right now, you'll find you can buy them for like $99. Buy it, set it in a room, plug it in the wall, and start hacking. So whether it's an airport, a hospital, a school, Starbucks, McDonald's, if it's a public space, it's probably got one of these things. Or it's a person with a laptop, one of these could be just even this, with some malicious software on it that's making this look like it's the AT. Is there one in this? Yeah, sure, a little blue thing up in the top corner here. I can make this device look like it's that. So you connect to me instead of that. And then I get to see everything you're doing.
So then the word is to turn off your wireless and use cellular at that point?
Yeah, cellular is way more secure. But if you can get a secure connection, the little lock, and it's WPA2, you want the WPA Wi-Fi. You don't want WEP. WEP means I can hack it in 2 seconds. It's the same as no security. That was hacked over, I think, 2 or 3 years ago. And it's literally installed as part of their sniffer packages now. So I don't have to do anything. I just push a button and I can listen to your quote secure connection. Because I just catch the key going up and the key going down and I watch everything. So it's even better because you think you're secure.
So what is the use of public Wi-Fi in your opinion?
If I was the FCC, I'd ban it.
I'm not surprised you said that. Don't know you very well yet, but I'm not surprised you said that.
I'm not a big government guy, but the risk to the public is so high.
Yeah.
And the amount of hacking, the amount of money and identity theft, we're talking billions of dollars annually lost. And that's like this lady had her checking account and savings and credit cards. She's probably still cleaning that up 2 years later.
So then what about those like municipalities calling like citywide Wi-Fi?
So you do WPA2, just like you go to an airport, splash screen, enter the password. Boom, I got a secure connection now. I'm sharing doing a pre-share key or a rolling key with a pre-share key. It's tech crap, but basically makes it so that the hackers next. It's too hard. Nothing's impossible, but you just make it hard. I'm getting paid $1 an hour. Which do I want to do? The one that's going to take me 6 months to get nothing, or I can get, 1 an hour or 1 a minute. I want the 1 a minute one. I'll make it hard for them to do business. So you should make it hard for them to do business too. So watering hole. Remember I said about the Chinese restaurant? That's called watering hole. I didn't know that's what it was called until almost 6 months, 9 months ago. I knew about I called it man in the middle up until now, but that's the official name for it. Basically, I go out where everybody else is going and I put my hack in there. So everybody goes to the watering hole and, gets their bucket of water and walks home, and I've already got my virus in the water. So you walk it right in the front door, and I'm in. I infect the PDF at the Chinese restaurant. I get the guy's password at the HVAC vendor. Okay? Understand what we're on here? So how do you protect yourself from a poisoned water hole? You just got to be careful. Something looks wrong. Something feels wrong. You get an extra email that you didn't expect. I get an extra FedEx notice when I didn't send the FedEx, or didn't send anything via FedEx. I would use them, but I didn't send anything recently. Oh, what? This looks odd. Be suspicious. That's all I can tell you. Okay, where did I put my, wander around so much? Okay, so I've told you about all the stuff we know about. Ever hear the phrase 0 day? That means it's the stuff we don't know, and we just found out. So 2014, you had 24 discovered 0 days. 15 has been bad. One of the companies, the security company, I think it's in Turkey or Israel, I don't remember which, and they were being contracted with by federal governments all over the world. They got hacked, and they had like, I don't know, 10 0 days themselves alone, and the Russians have those now. So I expect these numbers to be much worse than 15. But 14 had an all-time high, 24, 204 days, 22 to 53 days for the top three. So what's the average? Combined 295 days between when they found it and they could patch it. So I'm a bad guy. I find a way to break into your house. I got this little doohickey. I'm going to break into a bunch of houses, right? And now I'm thinking, okay, I broke into a bunch. I'm probably going to get caught pretty soon. I'm going to make $40,000 and sell them to everybody. So I sell them on the black market. I got a little jammer thing that'll open up any window or any car. Let's say it's a car jam or a car thing, so I can break into a car. So I sell 40,000 because I think I'm going to get caught. Now I just flooded the bad guy market with these things, and now everybody's doing it. I've just basically redirected all of the attacks that would have been on me to everybody else. And I got to sell 40,000 of them. And they're probably going to patch it. So I made money on something that had a limited life twice. So they get these 0 days, they exploit them as long as they can. When they think they're finally getting to the point where they're getting a little long in the tooth, they sell them on the Silk Road or whatever it's currently called for a chunk of money. Because they can, those other people that can go write code and automate the attacks instead of using them kind of surreptitiously. So then you get a year of chaos in general. Like, how long has the CryptoLocker thing been going on? Years ago. 6 months. And do you hear anything about any patch for it? It just keeps coming over the No, but I meant they're not. There's no easy fix for this. They have to, in effect, rewrite the way encryption gets set up on a workstation to fix this.
The rest of the hack fix is essentially rip your entire hard drive beforehand.
Yep. So if you want to get rid of CryptoLocker or guarantee that it doesn't get on your machine, just encrypt your entire hard drive. But you're going to get like 20% decrease in performance, but just encrypt your entire hard drive. Because then when it goes to try to encrypt it, it's encrypted already and you can't do anything. That is the fix right now for CryptoLocker. Oh, it's Italian. There you go. Yeah, that's the one that just, and there's over 10 0 days in that one hack alone. Big ones. Like massive. One of them was a font driver in Windows allowed root access. And every single machine on the planet had this vulnerability. Just one. So all the stuff up to this point, we've been talking about this as known threats. This page is talking about the unknown threats. So I'm going to keep going. So now we're talking about just what's out there. I'm not going to go to this website, but I'm just going to tell you that it exists. You can select any physical location using Google Maps. You zoom in, you select it, and you can see what people are posting. A lot, when I do this, and I actually have a longer time for the presentation, I have to give them warning because you probably have a 20 to 40% chance, depending on the location, of finding porn in these pictures. people doing selfies, that kind of thing, and not realizing that anybody in the public can see it. So this is just public geotag data. So I pick a location, maybe I should show you it. It really is scary.
So like how Facebook knows, like when I put a picture up, it says in Green Bay, Wisconsin, is that what you're talking about? Or?
Not exactly. So I'm not going to share my location. So I want to go to green. So I have to apologize in advance. I have no way of knowing if I will pull up porn doing this. So I'm going to select an area. Where are we? We're out here somewhere. So what do you know? I did hit the right spot. So there's pictures of the building being torn down. So this looks like it's all old data. I got lucky. Nothing bad. But you go to a bar or a school or, yeah, you in there? Well, I go to the top, you know, who's wants to be risky here? You want to come pick your home?
And where are these images from?
All from Twitter, Instagram, Flickr. I want to know. What?
Woodman's Memorial Drive.
Okay, so over here somewhere?
Yeah, towards the old. There you go.
West Mason. Oh, I went way too far north.
Oh. Right, go to the left so you can find the bay.
Yeah. Oh, no, I went too far.
That's Winnebago, go north.
It's lagging, just so you know why I'm being stupid. Jeez.
Go way north.
Okay. I'm going to stop. Well, I'm just going to pick over here and gamble. No.
Okay, we're all doing that.
No, I will not. I did that one by accident in a previous one. Okay, there's not much.
Like I give my 4-year-old. No.
So here you go. I'm betting this person didn't expect that these photos were open to the public.
Yeah. Especially you guys.
I don't mean to be stupid, but why? What did this person do or not do that is causing them to be there?
Every photo you take puts a geotag on it. It's GPS data. That's what geotagging is.
Yes.
Your phone has GPS in it.
Yeah.
It's literally doing where you are, not roughly Green Bay, not whatever. So I'm a pedophile or I'm your stalker. Oh, I saw you over at the bar last night on Bell. Because I can see your pictures at the bar on Bell because you took them and posted them. I can see them here. I can cyber stalk you instantly with this.
So they're on social media sites then? These are,
Instagram, Twitter.
They're geotagged by your phone, and then when you put it on without a tag location on social media, it still knows because your phone has a GPS tag.
Because it's embedded in the photograph.
I see.
And this website just goes out and scrapes all those sites. Because I can go do this by hand. Every one of these sites, you could do this by hand.
Yeah.
This just aggregates and just simplifies.
I get it.
Now, they've taken out, the good news is they don't have Instagram on here anymore. It's free. You have to pay to get it now. But Instagram was, wow.
Does this site have a useful effect, or is just there for?
No, people, like, so like if it's law enforcement and they wanted to be able to take a look at a site of an accident, they could subscribe through this instead of going to Instagram and doing a manual search and then going to Twitter and doing a manual search and then going to Flickr and you know, the other 90,
It's like Monitor used to be with Twitter and all that.
well, you can still do that.
Yeah.
I could still go manually search each of those sites. But for a small amount of money, you can go here and they'll search it all for you.
Yeah, I get it. Okay.
And I can use a map instead of having to know, you know, geotagging crap.
That's why your stuff is just, like I said. You have your pictures open to
Yep.
public.
Yep.
Your pictures open to public, then that's what we have.
The other problem is if your pictures are open and somebody else shares them. So I can have a closed, and that's another demonstration. I could have a closed LinkedIn page. Nobody can see it except my friends. Well, you search, that goes in the cache. So unless you've turned your cache off to be not searchable, I can do a search and my secure data will be visible through Google because it's in the cache. Try it sometime. Anybody can do it. And once that picture is shared, guess what's embedded in the picture? Geotag data. Because it's right in the picture. If I email that picture, I share it, I send it, I do whatever, it's geotagged. So a copy of it, or a cached copy of it, becomes visible, just like as if it was posted. Okay? I didn't intend to go through all that, but now you get to see it. So now, I'm going to make a phone call. You want me to be the White House, or the governor, or the sheriff, or who do you want me to be? With that website, I can be anything you want. The caller ID will come up with whatever you want. I can be Microsoft. I can be the White House. I don't have to do anything. I just use that website. So if you get a phone call that says, hello, I'm from Microsoft, your computer is infected. And that's a real common one lately. It's not Microsoft calling. It is a data center, and it is an Indian guy, and he's being paid to hack you. And you can call his 800 number back. It's not Microsoft, but it is an 800 number. But it'll say Microsoft when you look at the caller ID, because I can hack it. Okay? So, we talked about social hacking a little bit, so I'm going to give you some examples. I just talked about the fake Microsoft example. This is the spring break one is another example. And the fake IRS calls, you hear about that? They say they're from the IRS, they get you to give the social security number, they get your PIN, and then they file as you, get the tax return, and then you go to get your tax return, and it's already been received and sent to Alabama. And then you have to prove that you're you and why you didn't pay your taxes. Lots of fun. 30,000 people had the fake IRS thing happen to them. And then cyber stalkers, which is really not fun. So spring break scam. I don't really need a computer much for this, but I can use one to help make it a little smoother. I track down information on a college. So I use and I do need a computer, but I'm not hacking with it. I track down on Instagram people who are saying they're going to Cancun. So I just get all the colleges in the area, colleges, universities. And what do you know? Everybody's got to go, I got my tickets, selfie. And then they post, got my tickets to Cancun, right? They share it with all their friends. So it's now public information, and everybody can see this, and they can see it out there. So now I make my list of people. Here's all my possible candidates. And how do I know who he is? Well, usually it's associated with Jimmy Smith or Betty Sue or whoever. And it's all posted out in public. So now I got the name and I got a picture. And oh, by the way, I also know where they are. And half the time they're done when they post a phone number. So now I go through and I try to get the phone number. So, okay, I started out with 400 people. I got it down to 100 where I could get the phone number easy. So now I got their phone number. I got their name. I got a picture of them going to Cancun. So now I do a little more. I keep watching them. Oh yeah, we've confirmed the dates, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now they're in the gold list. They're most likely going. So now my 100 dropped down to about 50. So now I'm going to go with that 50 and I'm going to track down who their grandparents are. I'm going to call them. I go, I'm calling for the University of Wisconsin Green Bay. Betty Sue has been here for 6 months, and I just wanted to tell you what a pleasure it is to have her at the university. Oh, we love her. Or, oh, that jerk, I hate her. If it's a jerk, they cross the line out and say, oh, I love her. Check mark. So they now have the home phone number of the grandparents, they have the cell phone of the kid, and they have the pictures. Now they wait till the student's down in Cancun or wherever, somewhere else in Mexico, or could be Italy, doesn't matter. And they do photograph on the beach, right? So now I know they're on the beach. That night, 2 a.m., I call grandma. I use SpoofTel, so now it looks like I'm calling from the phone number of the kid. So grandma wakes up. Betty Sue's calling. Betty Sue? No. Scam starts. This isn't Betty Sue. This is Jim. Betty Sue's unconscious on the ground, and we're going to bring her to the emergency room. We just wanted to let you know this was the emergency number, so we're calling. And, grandma's freaked out. Well, she okay? We think she's going to be okay. We're going to just throw her in the taxi. We're going to go, we think everything's okay. They hear car doors slamming. They slam some car doors and all that. And then they have the guy who takes the Mexican accent, or actually a Mexican guy. No traveler check, only credit card. Grandma, could we use your credit card? We didn't bring any credit cards. We only have traveler's checks. 90% success rate. They get the credit card, they say thank you, or sorry, it's 80%. Right? The FBI gave me that number, so I got to stick to that number. They have an 80% success rate of getting people to get the credit card. Then the kids go out, or the hackers go out and spend all of grandma's money off her credit card, and boom, done. Because they get the PIN and everything. So, happens even if you're not using a computer. You got to be thinking security. So I just want to mention HIPAA really quick, even though a lot of us don't deal with it. If it's passing through our hands, we're liable for it. Okay? And there's pretty huge fines. So what's our role? Doesn't matter what our role is. We're stuck. You think you can get out of this? You can't. We can challenge, we can educate our leaders, you can talk to your town councils, your municipal councils, your city councils, and try to get more resources. But it is a game, because do I spend money on doing security, or do I spend money on a fire truck? Do I spend money on security, or do I make 911 work? This is a hard thing to decide, so each of you have to help with this discussion, because the feds don't have this down. I mean, look what happened with the Social Security Administration. We don't even have a volunteer cyber response in the state yet. They're working on it. Don't get me wrong. We're moving in the right direction. The Department of Enterprise Technology is sponsoring a statewide cyber response team, and there's going to be 4 zones matching the emergency management zones in the state of Wisconsin. But that's a volunteer group. That's like our primary action if there's a fire is we're going to hope somebody gets out of bed who's a volunteer instead of having a full-time fire department. Or we're going to hope that the guy who's a butcher and is sheriff, when he has time, is going to be able to fix the cyber hack. That's the state we're in right now. There's not full-time staff, or very few full-time staff on this at the state and federal level. And there are, remember, it's billions of dollars on the other side. There are thousands, tens of thousands of hackers, hundreds of thousands of paid hackers after us right now. So each of you have an opportunity to talk to your families, your coworkers, your at work, at home, businesses, talk it up, have people at least try to get themselves slightly more secure. Now I'm just going to go through this really quick. There's tons of things that can be done. I have lit page after page of specific things you can do. creating incident plans, building cost risk tables. What's a cost risk table? Well, if it happens, what would it cost? I know it's an awful thing, but that's really what it gets down to. That's how the board's going to work. If somebody's going to die, it's a big cost. We have a better chance of getting it, and an appropriate reason to get it. If it's going to mean that somebody can't update a web page for cats, probably not a lot of value in comparison to 911 or fire or sheriff or fill in the blank. Okay? I'm not going to go through all of these. I have examples of security tools, partnerships. Oops. I went too far, sorry. I'm going to run it. I think the battery's going dead. So the hackers decided what our role is. We're targets. I just wanted to go back to this one. What can we do? We can do a bunch of stuff. We can suggest equipment. We can suggest process. We can partner. So that could be any of these things. One of the things to really seriously consider is MSI-SAC. MSI-SAC is an example where the feds are doing something right. It's a group that is available to all municipalities and local government agencies, and they give free IT security assistance. And it's free to join if you're an agency. And anybody within the county can join. Right now, myself, Kevin, Laura, and one other person are the primary contacts, but you can receive updates. So let's say you're on fire or police or just general government, you could subscribe and get updates from them. And they're going to send you a daily mess of all the attacks. Now, it might not be the Department of Homeland Security version of it or the FBI version of it, but you're going to get the mass updates that just kind of slip through the cracks because it's not in the news. You don't hear this stuff in the news. I don't know who said it, but somebody said, this is really scary stuff, but it's also like somewhere else. If it bleeds, it leads. This isn't bleeding. I can't show a picture. I can't interview somebody very easily. There's not a fire burning in the background. This isn't real exciting stuff from a news perspective. So this is really hard to get across to the average person in the public. So MSI-SAC's a thing that I would suggest you chase after. Partnerships. The county's trying to basically create a program just like Beacon on the physical side. We want to be able to provide secure internet for everybody in the county. We don't know how we're going to do that. We don't know if it's legal. We don't know how we're going to do it. But we're pretty sure it can be done because other municipalities and counties have partnered up so that not everybody's paying again and again and again for firewall security, again and again and again for the techs to manage that stuff. There is risk to that. As an example, what happened in Madison where the county and the city are sharing, the one link got hit. So we're not going to really propose that as a county until we know we have at least 2 links. So we want to be able to have two front doors or 3 front doors before we make any sort of offering to the municipalities. But we're looking at doing that. We're actually even talking regionally to see if we could do this for all of Northeast Wisconsin. Have multiple counties do it, or even our internet service provider do it, so that we wouldn't have to try to maintain all of the security mess at a firewall level. The same thing applies even from day-to-day perspective. If you've got a small township or a municipality, we could partner up, contract with each other. We do it for other stuff, quid pro quo contracts. Think that way. Think where we're trying to take advantage of each other in a good way. So, sample tabletop cyber incident. This is from the Department of Homeland Security. This is just an example of something that you could run through. And this applies anywhere. I'm just going to let you look at it for a second, and I'm going to keep right on going because I don't want to go into too much detail. I want to get out of here, hoping an hour early. Or actually, no, it'll be 45 minutes early.
So now, all the rest of this is more like home-oriented or public-oriented. So basically, getting yourself educated, recognizing you're a target at home and at work, recognizing that every PC, every person is a target. How do you get people to change their mind, or how do you know it's a risk? Trust your gut, don't rush, be more suspicious. And now here's specific recommendations, and I have a lot of them. I have 20 of them total. And that has everything to do with like separate email accounts, turn off geotagging, lock your phone, put a pin on it. Make sure you have a tool like LastPass or KeePass for your password management, and make a backup of the passwords, just in case you forget the passphrase. Consider backups on your systems. Like I said, LastPass, KeePass. If you're storing secure content, there's services like SpiderOak that will encrypt content. Like a bunch of, how many of you have used Dropbox? How many know that Dropbox doesn't support PCI, HIPAA, and half a dozen other of the legal things? Yeah, it's a no-no. Can I tell you not to do it? Sure, but the state sends you stuff using it. The other other agencies send you stuff using it. So I can't really block it. But we shouldn't use it. We should use Box. We should use any of the Box.com is one of the ones that's legal. It meets HIPAA requirements, PCI. I don't even know, it might even meet CGIS data requirements, which is just ridiculously high. And I believe it's even SISMA moderate, which is effectively top secret. So there's tons of regulatory controls. Know the tool you're using, make sure you're using the right tool. Okay? I'll scroll to the end.
I saw one of your things on turn off geocoding.
Yep.
You get, but isn't that for like 911 when somebody comes in? Isn't that like not as good because?
So you can turn the access off on most phones. I'm not going to say all, because some vendors turn off features or turn on features. Like some of you can make it so that your phone never can be geotagged. Others make it so that it can always be geotagged. So in other words, the vendor is doing this, not you or Google. So I can't tell you whether or not your phone can turn everything on and off. But you can go in most cases, at least make the apps running on the phone not have access to geotagging. Like I'm in the iPhone, I can turn off app location services. You want to do that. But it's a pain. If you're traveling and you want to figure out where a nearby restaurant is, guess what you can't? Then you just turn off all of that. So unless the phone allows you to turn it on and off by app, which the Android or the Apple can do right now, and some Android versions can, not all, you could go through and turn it on and off for various apps. So like I could take all my photograph apps or link sharing type stuff, like the Pinterest, the Flickr, the Instagram, the Twitter, all the ones where I can take a picture and post it somewhere. I could turn off geotagging on all of those. Foursquare, that's another one.
Where does it found that again? Settings and then where?
Yeah, I'll show you after.
Here's location saved on this camera.
Yep. So if you have an Android, get antivirus on it. There's 10 good ones, and they're free. If you spend a couple of bucks, it's even better. Okay, I want to never give out your password. See that on the top of almost all of them? People do that. That's the #1 hack. They love it when you just give them your username and password, because it's much simpler. I don't have to hack you as much. Just give me, direct access. Give me the keys to your car and your house. Woo, let's go. Make sure your home PC has antivirus. Here's a fun one. The IRS one. That link has been used. That's part of that scam that had another 15,000, 20,000 people lose their tax returns. The tool there was loose enough
that people were guessing the answers to the questions and being able to register as you and then file taxes as you. So they weren't really hacking, they were just guessing on the answers. I don't remember how many people, but I know it was over 10,000, something like that. You can look it up, I might be wrong on numbers. So, antivirus on your phone, secure your IRS account, be suspicious of attachments. So, now, closing. You're never going to be 100% safe. This is no different than driving down the street. The difference is we're in the Wild West. There's no clear rules right now. Like I said, the FCC could ban some of this stuff. Technically, I think it could be done on interstate rules, so there could be other, the Federal Trade Commission could potentially do some stuff on it, but today it's just not happening. And mainly because where do you start? Where do I pull on the one string that's tied to 400 billion other strings? And if I pull that one, I pull on that one, and 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 then what? My wife always says if I ever got in office, I'd probably live a day or two. So I'm giving simple answers to complex questions. There's going to be complex answers. So the thing is, be safe in between. Take reasonable risks. Okay. So now if you want to know more, I've got links to the Verizon security report. This is probably the best one. The 2014 security report from Symantec is pretty good. I'm expecting the, actually I think that's the 16 one will be coming out pretty quick, and I'll update this if that's going to be available. It's always a year screwy, so like that's the 14 report really. So the 15 report is for 14, the 16 report will be for 15. So it'll come out in like say February or so. The Symantec report, the data breach summary list. These give examples of hacks in the state of Wisconsin. These are not more generic hacks, like this is the one where I was down there when this one happened. This was a peach. The bank hack, everybody know about this one? Was only in the news for like a day or two. In billions. They still don't, I don't think to this day they know how much was stolen. Personal security enhancements, here's things you can do to protect your home computer. Password management tools, which I already mentioned. And then now this is how to join up MSISAC if you want to, if your local government wants to be a partner of it. And then a few other cyber investigation, like cybercrime resource tools. So this would be for more on the law enforcement side. And then just general guides on protecting your security. And then we're at the end. And I'm a minute past where I thought would be. So questions?
I have one. It's more for personal, but if you had a personal email account, like a Gmail, Hotmail, whatever, for years, and I know enough, like if I see an email come in and I don't know who it's from, it's, not spam, whatever. But it is one of those things where it's like, I just don't know.
So all I can tell you is that you're gonna flip the coin of delete or open, and you just have to make that awful call. Because even opening an email now, they now have the inline ad injections. I don't know if you've heard about this. We've seen a couple of them at the county. What they do is they, in ActiveX or Java, they put code that actually runs on your computer as part of the streaming ad.
Oh.
So now you don't have to really do anything other than see it for the virus to hit you. Now the ad companies obviously don't like this, so they're pushing back and shutting these down whenever they find them. But we've seen 2 or 3 of them since I started, since we started scanning August 30th with our newer security tool. So they're not really common, but the risk now is if you even open the content and just look at it, you're at risk. Odds are very low though. So in other words, just seeing it. So like if I open a PDF and it has that bad code attached to it, in general, If it doesn't look right, I just close it right away. They probably haven't had enough time to actually do the install while I'm left the PDF open. If I leave that PDF open for an extended period of time, I'm leaving the link open for an extended period of time. It's sort of like the app runs while the PDF is open, if you want to think of it that way.
And as long as you don't open that email,
If you just hit delete, yeah.
really, you're good.
The problem is 90% of the clients now do the pre-display. So if there's an ad stream virus in it, and you're not using a client, like, so here's where I gotta tell you, Google's pretty good, because Google is so darn big, they block a lot of stuff automatically. Like their PDF viewer strips, it's not perfect, because it strips all of the extraneous crap. It's like a buffer between me and the document. So if I'm in Gmail, in the web, not in some local client like a Android or an iPhone or a Windows mobile box phone, if I'm viewing via the web, it's basically opening it in a closed instance at Google and displaying the results. So the virus, for all practical purposes, is running somewhere in some data center somewhere else in the U.S. And the minute I close it, the virus is dead. So this is one of the reasons why I personally like using Google and recommend Google for personal email, just because of their volume.
And are you saying preview? It's not stated.
So depending on the client, that's why I'm very hesitant to. You can see it, it's probably running, with the exception that I know of, if I do that Google Docs trick with the PDF, it's not opening on my machine, it's opening in the cloud.
I don't know if this is really a relevant question, but what if you have email accounts from like years ago that you never used like that, or in your opinion, inactive? Are those, can you deactivate those, or is that not necessary?
That's a flip a coin thing for you. If you have some value using them as junk mail accounts, or, like, so my kids have me into playing a bunch of online games. So maybe I have one of those accounts for online games.
Yeah.
I have another one for like phones and registration, crap like that. Another one purely for spam.
Yeah.
Another one for maybe like bill payment. Another one for finance. So all of a sudden I got 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 accounts. That's where LastPass comes in, because I can't remember any of that, right? If you look at my LastPass list, it's page after page after page of accounts. And if you really think about it, for most of us, that's true. We just don't really pay attention to all of them. I don't really care what my password is at the Cellcom. I don't ever use it. Well, you still got a username and password at Cellcom. Or Verizon, or whoever it is. I went one time to Kohl's, and I have a Kohl's card deal on the web. I'm getting emails from them. Well, I have an account.
Get your points and get your $10.
Yeah, there you go.
Gee, if you don't want it, I'll take your $10. Yeah.
Okay. Anything else?
We're gonna get all bad about the cold.
What are you doing? That's wasting 3 money on it.
Sorry.
No.
Well, this is very informative. It is depressing, but it's informative too. I learned a lot.
Yeah. And the big thing that scares me about this is the statistics are not in our favor.
Yeah.
Odds are some fairly large cyber attacks can occur.
You should have looked at that thing you showed us at the very beginning with the live attacks.
Oh, sure.
I was wondering, like, there was this big active ring coming out of Saudi Arabia, but like the actual missile graphics were coming from other places. I was trying to figure out what was what.
So since we got on,
China's like sending a bunch westward.
Yep.
But nothing's being sent from Saudi Arabia, like graphically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, they're actually attacking. I can't see who they're attacking, but it looks like it's Saudi Arabia attacking Saudi Arabia.
Oh, okay.
Civil War.
We should call Paul and see what's going on.
Yeah, see, if you look,
If you take a look right here, Saudi Arabia is at, you can't quite see it, but it's 770 something, and Saudi Arabia is 8 something for a tax. Well, we're, for America, United States is that's our outbound tax. You see the little lines outbound there?
What's like the solid line?
That's because I'm hovering over.
Oh, he's hovering. Oh, okay.
So Saudi Arabia, you can see when I'm hovering over Saudi Arabia, it's only got one outbound attack. Right here. All the rest is Saudi Arabia, it's Saudi Arabia. So they hacked something in Saudi Arabia and now they're having at it. Because Saudi Arabia is probably blocking all of Russia and all of China.
Why so much to that northwest corner? Is it just because
Which-
it's a tech? Well, like the.
Well, Seattle, that's circumstantial, just because that's where there's the sample. So they have these things called honeypots. These are devices that are put on the internet that are intentionally targets.
Oh, gotcha.
So the bees go to the honeypots, so the attackers go after these devices. So that's how these things just sit out there waiting for attacks and then respond when they receive one. So we're at, in the United States, since we've been, I turned it on, we're at 1,400, closing on 1,500 attacks since I started talking. And you see all the kind of, you can barely see them, but the little red dots on the computer, you can see them much better. But that's just basically showing where the attacks were coming from.
Why is there a dot in the middle of the ocean, not on?
I'm sure there's an island there.
Oh.
Where?
So,
This?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Ooh, I went too far. Well, there's also,
Can you hack yours?
Yeah.
I can't select it. It's not in the top 20, so I don't know. Is that New Zealand?
No.
That's over here. It must be an island.
By the Aussies.
You got me.
Aliens? The aliens?
Yeah, I'd say I'm terrible at geography, so.